Well, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting back to order and acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Cora, Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And Councillor Paquette is going to be late. He has let us know. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Morning.
And Councillor Rice has let us know she's unable to join because of illness. And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. I will definitely walk through the process again for benefit of those who might not been here. So before we get into our next item, which will be item 3.8, bylaw 21194 to close an alley, Cromdale. I want to read the expectations as chair, that I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and an inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, as my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of phrase, hand feature, chat, emotion response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to watch online. All right, I will also briefly explain how the process works for the bylaws. And we are on to item 3.8. We will have a presentation from administration for every bylaw, and then we'll go to speakers in registered in favor. In panel, we'll hear from them. Each will have 5 minutes to make their presentations. Then we'll go to folks in opposition, and they will have 5 minutes to make their presentation as well. Once we have done that, we'll come to administration for questions from council members. Once that is concluded, if there's any new information arising out of the previous conversation, we will discuss that and I'll ask questions on that. Then we will close the bylaw and debate it. So with that, we are on to item 3.8, bylaw 21194 to close an alley, Cromdale, postponed from June 9th, 2025, City Council public hearing. I will make sure that we have people registered in favor. If they're here, Barbara Reed Architecture Limited in person. Are you here? Thank you. Terry Collier, 3 Robbins Borden Park Partnership. You're here. Thank you. And Ryan Jakes joining remotely. Okay. And in opposition, Lori Rankle joining remotely or in person. In person. Is Lori here?
Yeah, we had understood from the team that Lori had removed her name, but
Okay.
we'll just confirm that when we get to that part.
No worries. And Deborah Bocabella, thank you. And Charles Dent.
Morning, I'm here remotely.
Thank you. Okay, all right, we are going to go to administration for a presentation.
Can I just read out the safety announcement
Oh,
before?
yes,
we-
please, yes.
Just in
Yeah,
case,
yeah.
I hope we don't have to evacuate. We've got a very full day before us, but just before we turn it over to administration, I just want to remind everybody what the emergency response plan is for the room. If there is an emergency, everybody is required to evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me should follow the instructions from security, and council, please follow myself. After evacuating the room, please do go down the stairwells to ground level and evacuate the doors. The exit doors, please do not get in an elevator or walk through the city room. If there is anybody in chambers with limited mobility, please do identify yourself to security so we can support you if we need to evacuate. And if you have any questions, please let security or myself know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone portions of a site in the Cromdale neighborhood from the neighborhood commercial and small-scale residential zone to the medium-scale residential zone with a height modifier of 16 meters or approximately 4 stories. This application also proposes to close an unused alley located internal to the site. Next slide, please. Located along 112th Avenue, which is an arterial roadway, the site is well connected to a variety of amenities such as a grocery store, Borden Park, the River Valley, and active travel modes like the Stadium Station LRT, bus service, and bike routes. Next slide, please. Through engagement, administration heard from 10 people, most of whom opposed the application. Those opposed had concerns related to traffic and parking congestion, erosion of the neighborhood's single-family character, and impacts from a taller building such as shadowing and reduced privacy. Those in favor cited the site's strong connectivity to amenities and active transportation, which can support denser forms of housing. Administration is also aware that the applicant has been doing their own engagement, which included hosting an open house for the surrounding residents in June to share a more detailed look at what they intend to build should this application be supported. Next slide, please. The changes being requested through this application are identified on the screen in red and yellow, with the red areas being rezoned from CN and RS to RMH16, and the yellow area identifying the unused alley to be closed. The gray area, which consists of most of the site, is already zoned RMH16. The rezoning, in combination with the proposed alley closure, will facilitate the consolidation of this site into one larger developable parcel with consistent zoning. Next slide, please. By increasing density at this location, near transit and services, it will contribute to the big city moves of a rebuildable city and a community of communities by helping to achieve the targets of 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation, and 50% of new units accommodated through infill, thus allowing people to easily complete their daily needs within 15 minutes of where they live. In the North Central District Plan, the site is designated as urban mix. District policy supports low-rise or 4-story development at this location as it is located along an arterial roadway and adjacent to a site that is already zoned for greater than small-scale development. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It enables low-rise development at a location that aligns with the North Central District Plan and district planning policy, and it helps achieve the goals of the city plan for infill housing and trips taken by transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go ahead and hear from speakers in favor. Barbara Reed of Reed Architecture. The clerk will direct you over that way. And Terry Collier in person? Yeah, come on, Terry. And Ryan Jakes, have you appeared remotely yet? No? Okay, thank you. We'll let you get settled there, and we'll start your time in a few minutes. All right, if we're ready to go. And do you have a presentation, Barbara? If the clerk can pull that up, and then we'll start your timer. I'm sure there's a number of presentations to sift through for today.
Yeah, we're just pulling it up. You're free to start.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please. Oh, your mic, please. You'll have to press the button.
Good morning. Thank you. City Council, City Administration, thank you for giving me the opportunity today to speak for our client and as a representative of Reed Architecture. My intention is not to bog down the hearing today with information that is not relevant to the alley closure and the rezone of the corner lot from a CN to an RMH 16, but rather instead to provide an architectural design response to the public comments City Administration has heard to date, providing clarity and transparency as to what is coming to the beautiful community of Cromdale. Next slide. Reed Architecture has been engaged by the owner of the 8 individual subdivided lots, 6 which are currently zoned as RMH 16. The remaining 2 form part of the road closure that is currently partially in an RS zone, and the northwest corner parcel that is currently a CN zone. The objective of the alley closure and rezone is to basically clean up the site, consolidating the 2 outstanding lots at the corner and at the alley closure with the 6 that are already zoned as RMH 16. The apartment type for this site will be a senior housing apartment with residents averaging in age of 80 years of age or older. Next slide, please. Parking for the senior age residents will be in the parkade that is located directly underneath the building. There will also be amenity workshop space and bike storage located in the parkade. Access to the parkade will be by a covered ramp that is partially located underneath the building and accessible along 78th Street, which fronts a parkway. Along the ramp, access to the front entrance, internal garbage access, and the amenity barbecue patio area will all front the quieter east face of the building along 78th Street, which faces the park. Next slide, please. There are 6 apartment units on the main level. I do want to apologize quickly. For some reason, my slides are being clipped off and not in full size view. But I'm sure you can imagine what the floor plan looks like. With approximately 50% of the main floor plate allocated to the amenity space for the senior living in the building. The amenities offered to the seniors are a craft room, a community kitchen, complete with covered outdoor barbecue area, a gaming area for ping pong, pool, foosball, a fireside lounge area, a fitness or a movement studio. Garbage is accessed internally, close to the common elevator, and an oversized vestibule has been provided at the entryway with monitored and secure access into the building to prevent outside ill visitors from spreading contagious viruses. Next slide, please. 13 apartment units make up each floor plate with a common sitting area adjacent to the elevator. Next slide, please. The overall architectural character of the 3 Robins at Borgin Park Senior Apartment Building incorporates durable residential type siding along the base that is continued up the vertical face of all elevations at prominent areas like the front entry. Next slide, please. Adjacent to the secondary access at the north side of the building, provides an exterior door directly accessible to the public transit stop. Attention has been given to all 4 sides of the architecture of the face of the building, using a combination of light-colored cladding, accented with wood features along the upper stories that are all tied together with a common black ribbon that runs from the base of the building, traveling up the vertical, around the top of the roof parapet corners, and then continuing down to the base. Next slide, please. Fully treed setbacks are along the arterial 112th, 79th Street, with smaller shrub planting material along the front entrance. The landscaping quantity and type in this image is accurately depicted, as well as the existing periphery, sidewalk, and bus stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just made it in time. Awesome. And Mr. Collier, you want to go ahead, please?
There's a presentation,
As
if
well?
you could bring it up. Thank you.
Got it.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our programming. This is not a basic seniors apartment. This is a supportive living apartment. The reason why we chose this location 7 years ago is its proximity to the urgent care center across the street and agreement with a walk-in clinic within 200 yards to support our seniors with proper monitoring. Next slide, please. We held a community on June 2nd. Wonderful people came out, some in opposition, some in support. I also personally, as the owner of the project, walked the community and gave out 112 postcards inviting people. We also put signage for the community open house. The primary reason for doing this was to explain to people this is not a traditional apartment. This is supportive living. We have a home care office located. We have 24-hour monitoring. This is not a basic seniors apartment. It's quasi-assisted living. Next slide. We clearly have enough parking. Typically, we need 0.25 parking. We have 37 parking stalls for 59 suites. Next slide. This model has been proven in other communities. We're on our 4th 3 Robbins buildings. We have 9 either under construction. We've purchased the land. Next slide. Our target market is, next slide please. Our target market is 80-plus-year-olds, primarily that have home care. The primary problem right now with home care in Alberta is that 30% of the travel time, 30% of their time is in travel. By clustering people together in an affordable environment allows for us to create better health outcomes. The other issue, of course, when your mother's in home care or father at their home, they're exposed 18 or 20 hours a day without someone being present. Being in a communal environment eliminates this risk. Thank you. Next slide. 3 Robbins is unique. We do not allow people to move into the property without a commitment to participate. Everyone in the building signs a contract to participate 10 hours a month in some form of community volunteering. This is a screening method. We're looking for people who want to live communally, that want to live harmoniously in our community. The demand is beyond our capacity to build. So what we basically do is tell people you're welcome to live here. We understand you have mobility and other cognitive issues, but we have a full-time director that will support you in finding meaningful participation. We believe that you can have a purpose-driven life, and we spend time with people to create that. Next slide. This is an example of one of our buildings in Stony Plain. We have 1,000 hours of volunteering in the property. It's an amazing process once you see it. Thank you. Next slide. We do offer food service, but it's very differently provided to keep the costs down. Traditional ISL living, where you have housekeeping, laundry, food service, 24-hour staff, and 2 to 3 meals a day, starts at $3,200 and goes to $5,000 a month. Our middle-income residents can't afford that. They're paying between $1,850 and the largest suite, $2,700. So we've came up with unique ways to share food in a meaningful way that doesn't involve a for-profit direction. Next slide. We offer 24-hour support. More importantly, we have a home care office on site, and it works with Alberta Health Services to support residents that they get proper navigation. The real issue today, folks, is that a lot of seniors don't understand how to navigate the system, and we help them with that. Next slide. We do offer supplemental home care services. It's not for profit. It's provided by a third-party operator. Next slide. We target the middle income. Yes, there will be affordable housing as per CMHC, but I want to be very clear with council. To qualify, we don't income test, but we ask people to sign a letter that their rent is not more than 40% of their income. Next. We bridge what we call active adult to other modes, right to independent living, and we offer some assisted living. I want to thank you for your time. I understand that the community would prefer us not to develop this property. We've been at this for 6 years now, and we would hope that you give us this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see if Ryan Jakes joining us. Nope. Questions, colleagues? Questions? This was exempted by Councillor Salvador. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentations, and really appreciate you being with us today. I think you answered a couple of my questions through the thorough presentation, but I'll follow up on, just so I got the numbers right on parking. You said 37 parking stalls for 59 suites. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I guess that seems, or you suggested that that's above the typical ratio for parking. Is that right?
Recognizing that 80% or our residents are typically over 80 years of age, and they're taking home care. When someone is getting prescribed home care paid by Alberta Health Services, their mobility via vehicle travel is limited. We're going to have too many parking spots. And the other thing that council, we're in multiple cities. What we've been doing is putting a covenant on title that if the property changes its use, that you would have to go back to the planners for approval. This is designed, purpose-built for supportive living, and we do not own other types of housing. This is our 41st year in seniors housing. We do supportive living. So we have too much parking for our population, but at the same time it fits underneath the building. Why not put it in? We do not like any properties without underground parkades, primarily because our seniors do not like to use emergency services. So they'll call their daughter and say at 3 a.m, take me to the hospital. Is it ethical to take someone who's has an illness and a mobility and expose them to the weather and ice on the road? It's not. That's why we have a parkade.
Thank you so much for that answer, and it kind of led to my secondary question is, given that you're essentially oversupplying that underground parking, but it does allow for that flexibility, like family members are coming over. Is that what you've seen in your other use cases? Like you mentioned, you have a building in Stony Plain. Absolutely.
So we have family members that engage daily to support them. And so what they do is they just get a fob from us and we register them. We have some exterior parking, but the idea is to control the parking and to control who's in our building. So therefore, yes, all residents and family will get access to the parkade.
Okay, thank you. And when it comes to home care, I think you mentioned that there's some home care on site. There's an office, but then just again on the parking, does it also provide if home care is coming from outside to be able to park underground too?
Yes, if you asked home care staff, one of the most stressful parts of their career is downtown getting access to the condominiums for home care. So it's paramount that we provide them parking because it takes the stress off them. And so yes, there'll be specific parking for home care, but we won't need more than 2 or 3 spots at any time because we have so many people getting home care. We don't have multiple employees. They basically AHS sends consistently the same people over and over again.
Right. Okay. That's really helpful context. And maybe I'll go to Barbara. I think you described this as let me find it here. This is a cleanup consolidation. So looking at the report, and it was mentioned by administration, my understanding is that the majority of the site already is RMH 16. I guess without the consolidation and the alley closure, is it even viable to do anything on this parcel?
No, they're 8 individual lots. They're quite small without the consolidation. So it wouldn't even be a viable project to have them all individually.
And why was it not? So when was it rezoned to RMH 16? The other parcels. I'm just trying to understand why it didn't all kind of come at once.
Why it didn't happen then? I'll have to.
There's a commercial unit that was for a small convenience store that was originally there in the past. So that's why that's zoned that. And the balance, of course, when the new overlay came in, they rezoned all the lots accordingly, from my understanding. I think administration could explain it more, but they wouldn't give us a permit with having multiple zoning. They wanted one specific zoning for the property. And secondly, the alley's in the middle of the property. It has no value because there's no more single-family homes. So that's why we purchased the land. We're under contract with the land with the city of Edmonton.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll follow up with administration
Thank
just to
you.
get some clarity on the timeline there and sort of why it wasn't all a package deal, but I appreciate the context around the convenience store. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that. So the commercial site that was their grocery store no longer viable in the community? I'm just wondering why you might not look at repurposing
You're right.
the commercial.
So there was a lot of dialogue with the community about having commercial. We were going to put a hair salon, et cetera. The problem was back to parking. We didn't want to impact the community. So you have a small commercial venue, and then people would need parking because you're serving outside our community. The idea is to control the environment. We have our 57 residents or 59 residents and control the parking and the traffic. So if we had, and I don't think it's viable now. Across the street is a Save On Foods, and there's other opportunities. And there's a convenience store in the walk-in clinic, probably 100 yards away. I think that's just an old convenience store from the 50s and 60s that no longer is viable.
Okay, and then, so residents there easily walk to the Save On, or if they need groceries and that, okay.
Not our residents. Most of our residents have challenges, so we would work with them. Thank you.
Okay, so, the residents would have mobility or, okay. So besides the mobility challenges, is this a secured site for those with?
Yes, the property is secure, but it's not a lockdown.
Okay.
So we won't be doing multiple phases of dementia care, recognizing that probably 75% of our clients have a cognitive challenge, but it's not diagnosed to the point where they're unsafe in the community.
Okay, and is part of it subsidized through the provincial?
So
care?
our primary strategy is to navigate them through their health provider to get Alberta home care. There is supplemental home care available, but most of our residents rely on Alberta Health Services for the home care.
Okay, so, and you said it's more assisted living rather than long-term care?
No, this is not complex care. We don't have a registered nurse walking the floor. We're not doing injections. We can handle bariatric suites, is designed, but primarily we're a great strategy for people that are in home care that want to be monitored and they don't feel comfortable living in their home. That's our target market.
Okay, perfect. And how many units were there?
15, I apologize, we have 9 projects, so.
Yeah, 58.
Okay,
58.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That concludes the questions to both of you, and thank you so much for your service to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now we're going to go to folks in opposition. I understand Lori Rackle has withdrawn, right, Clerk? And Deborah Bocabella, please come down. And Charles Dent is joining us virtually. We will start with Deborah, and you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Well, thank you for joining us. Make yourself comfortable. And please turn the mic on before you speak, and you will have 5 minutes to make your remarks. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I am here today to oppose this aggressive development that will overshadow our small community. We expected the site where 8 houses used to sit to be developed. We were hoping for a 3-story that would match the scale and character of the low-rise single-family homes in our mature neighborhood. We received notices and signage went up proposing a rezoning application for approximately 4 stories. We asked Reed Architects to see the plans and were surprised to see plans for a 5-story, 62-unit apartment block that had already been presented to Parkdale Community League by the developer, Terry Collier. While the neighborhood was sending feedback to planning with our concerns, we had a question for the developer. I asked why he had not presented to the residents, or was he planning to do this? His answer was he may or may not, as there was nothing we could do to change anything. The city had seen and approved the plans. There is only one side of the street parking on 78th Street and 79th Street, and around the bend from 79th Street and 80th Street, 112th Avenue South to 112th Avenue. Directly north across 112th Avenue and 78th Street, 3-story row housing is being developed all the way to Borden Park Road. All of these projects will lead to increased strain on infrastructure, police, fire, and ambulance. This 62-unit development will increase congestion, noise pollution, and lacks adequate provisions for parking. We bought our house 23 years ago. We reconstructed, renovated, and landscaped. Now I will lose my privacy and open sky view. This development will have a potentially huge impact on privacy, parking, and property values, and destroy the character of our little gem of a community. I've been asked to bring forth these questions by Lori Racco, as she's in a meeting this morning and could not speak. Can you ask about the lots sewer deficiencies that were reported by Stuart Carlisle? Also on-site storm water management on street spacing to the hydrant, and parking that was to be addressed by the developer. And just a note, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the 3 Robins in Stony Plain is 55 plus, but I'm not exactly sure about that. So that's, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Charles Dent.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. First, a bit about our ties to the neighborhood. My wife and I bought the property in 1991. My dad, a former municipal politician, found the house for us, and he took us through the zoning and the city plan. We liked the area with its mostly owner-occupied homes and believed the city plan and area redevelopment plan would ensure similar future development and protect our investment. Over time, more infill and densification was encouraged in mature neighborhoods like ours, but the city's residential infill guidelines for mature neighborhoods offered a way to increase density without destroying the character of the neighborhood. Based on the zoning, the city plan, and the infill guidelines at the time, when our original house developed significant foundation issues, we spent a lot of money to build a new home in 2012. We went out of our way to have a home custom designed that fit the neighborhood. Not a McMansion, it doesn't tower over the neighbors, it fits in with nearby bungalows and has lots of yard space. Now, the new zoning bylaw has removed most site restrictions for residential building, and the current zoning already allows for 16-meter building heights for much of the site in the application before you. Somehow, like many others, I missed just how dramatically the new zoning bylaw changed things. My undergraduate area of focus was urban geography. the study of the layout and planning involved in the development of urban environments. Now, I'll admit that my university days were a long, long time ago, and I understand that best practices for city planning change over time. But I believe the pendulum has now swung too far. Good city planning encourages a mix of residential types. While higher density should be encouraged, high-rise and mid-rise buildings should not be planned right next to single-family dwellings. I don't think that standard has changed in most of the world. I'd argue that good urban design makes a city more livable, and I believe much of the urban design theory I learned at university still makes for a more livable city. A 5-story building right next to a single-family dwelling is not good design. Appropriate scale for adjacent buildings is a big part of good urban design. Transition is required. I have no problem with the road closure in the proposed bylaw. We all expected that would happen with a development that conformed to the prior RA7 zoning. But I encourage you to reject bylaw 21195. Rejecting that will not likely have a big impact on what eventually gets developed, but by keeping the part of the site currently zoned RS without change may help increase the distance for transition from a 5-story building to a single-family bungalow in the adjacent property. I believe rejecting the change to RMH 16 for the part of the site currently zoned CN would keep the building height for at least that part of the site to 12 meters, which is more consistent with adjacent properties. At your meeting on August 18th, bylaw 21282 was considered. That's immediately north of the site you're now considering, and you limited the building height there to 12 meters. One reason neighborhood residents have gotten frustrated with the rezoning application is communication. City advertising stated the new zoning would allow for about 4 stories, which is what the former RA7 zone would probably have allowed. By the way, I have no objection to a 4-story building, but 5 stories here is the thin edge of the wedge to taller buildings in the neighborhood. The planning report from administration before you on this item says that in the North Central District Plan, this site is designated urban mix. The planning report goes on to say that urban mix allows for small-scale development or 3 stories throughout, and low-rise or 4 stories at certain locations. Also in administration's planning report, it states the RMH16 zone would allow a medium-scale or approximately 4-story residential building. However, in their public meetings with residents, the developer has clearly stated they will build a 5-story building. The disconnect between what the developer says with what the city advertising and district plan made residents think would happen is significant. Does the zoning allow 4 or 5 stories? The district plan states that 4 stories will be allowed only at certain locations in the urban mix area. So why did the new city zoning bylaw make much of the site H16 if that will accommodate 5 stories? While we may lose this battle today, I suspect that how far the zoning pendulum has swung will cause zoning and parking to become significant issues in the election this fall. Developers say they will lose money if changes are made. Well, residents like my wife and I will lose an even larger proportional amount of our biggest investment if they aren't. We need more thoughtful planning with new developments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will go to questions from council colleagues. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you both for taking the time to speak today. I really appreciated your presentations. So maybe I'll go to Deborah first, and maybe I'll go through some of the questions that you had raised at the end there, just to make sure I captured them, because I'll likely have to direct them to city staff as well. So the sewer deficiency concern.
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. I had said no questions when I signed up, and also the questions were on behalf of the sewer. I was asking on behalf of Lori Rackel, who has already been here 2 times for the last 2 meetings, but she had a business meeting this morning and she could not speak. That was her opposition.
Okay.
It was a question.
Well, you know what? I've captured what you had shared there around Lori's questions.
Okay.
And maybe just to clarify, you're speaking on behalf of?
No, she had talked with the city clerk this morning that I could ask some questions on her behalf.
Okay. Well, I'll carry those questions forward to administration so that I can ask them so we can get some clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll go to Charles. Yeah, so coming back to the point around the 4 versus 5 story building, Charles, I appreciate you raising that. And I guess from my perspective in the zoning, going to the RMH 16, like that 16-meter cap is fairly clear, right? So I guess from your perspective, does a 4-story building that has like larger, and I'm putting my like building design hat on, which is probably not a good idea, that has higher ceilings versus a 5-story building, if it's capped at the same height, does that matter from your perspective?
Well, I think as Deborah mentioned, a prior application for zoning under the old zoning bylaw found a lot of the residents came out and complained. Everybody wanted to see 3 stories, but I think under RA7 you probably could have gotten away with 4 stories in any case. So I don't know that we had much of a leg to stand on there. But I worry that if we see 5 stories, that it becomes something that another developer will come in on another site and say, well, if they can go 5 stories, why can't we? It's only an extra meter. And we can, with that extra meter, we get 9-foot ceilings instead of 8-foot.
Right, and I guess what I'm struggling a little bit with is the zoning itself doesn't embed the number of stories, right? It embeds a height limit, and that is 16 meters. So it's sort of whatever is viable and feasible within that height limit that, of course, meets building code and all those things. So it would still be capped at 16 meters. And typically, I think in our experience, that looks like a 4-story building. And I can verify this with administration, but is your concern with the 16-meter height itself? Or is your concern if it were to go beyond that?
Well, I'm concerned about the 16. I wasn't, under the old RA7 zoning, I don't think 16 meters was the height. I believe it was 14. So I wasn't aware when the new zoning bylaw came in that things have been changed to the height of 16. Or we would have probably been more focused on that. So yeah, it's the height. I think 16 meters is, personally, I think that's too high. But we've already lost it in the zoning. So that's a problem. I wasn't aware that it had become H16. And like I said, in the district plan, it's shown as 3 and 4 stories. How come during the rezoning this became zoned H16? I think that was a change.
Okay, that actually helps provide some clarity as to where your concern lies exactly. Just with the remaining time that I have here, I want to quickly jump to the interface between any potential building of this zoning on this site versus the small-scale RS zone adjacent to it. My read of the report in front of us in the zoning is that there would be a minimum 3-meter setback to provide a transition between those properties. Is that your understanding as well? So it wouldn't go sort of right up to it. There's a baked-in transition mechanism.
Right. Under the old infill guidelines, that the requirement was for more, particularly for a 4 or 5-story building, and so that 3 meters is actually pretty low compared to what used to be in effect before the new zoning bylaw.
Okay, I'm out of time, but thank you so much for those answers. And I'll follow up with admin.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Thank you so much for joining us. That concludes the questions to both of you. And now we will go to questions to administration. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just pick up right there. So 4 versus 5 stories, what would be viable with a 16-meter height?
So the maximum height is 16 meters. So depending on the design of the building, and maybe we can go back to the applicant with those very specific questions on the architecture, that has the potential to have 5, and all depends on the ceiling height. But it will always be maxed at 16, and at the development permit stage, height cannot be varied. So you always have the guarantee and the insurance that it won't go past 16 meters.
Right, so there's surety there and clarity that 16 meters is that maximum. With the previous RA7, can you just remind me, what was the previous height?
14.5 flat, 16 for the peaked.
Okay, so 14.5, but also if it was peaked roof, 16. So similar, I would say.
Very similar.
Okay. And then I want to better understand the transition between this site and the adjacent RS site. The 3 meters setback, that is required, right?
It is.
Yeah. So that would be on the RS facing side. And then what would the setbacks be on the other, like facing 112th?
Also 3 meters.
Also 3. Okay. So there's kind of a buffer around the building.
Entirely.
Okay. And coming to some of the questions that were raised by the speaker around sewer deficiencies and infrastructure capacity.
Jatinder will speak to those.
Councillor Jatinder Tiwana over here. So there are 2 options for wastewater, one in the avenue, one on the street. The flow generation is less than 1% of the capacity, so that's not a concern. When it comes to stormwater management, previously there was no stormwater being managed on site, so with this development, we are asking them to control it on site via means of LID or other aspects and release it at a slower rate to the system. System has adequate capacity.
Okay, so the system does have adequate capacity, and the expectation would be that they would be responsible for managing that storm on site.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then, yes, we asked this already. Maybe just to come to the parking question, recognizing that, of course, we have open option parking. If for some reason in the future, I'm thinking about the eventual build out of maybe additional projects in this area, exhibition lands. If we notice that there is higher on-street parking demand and that there are issues with congestion, is this an area where we would contemplate using some of the other parking management tools that are in our toolkit?
Yes, definitely. And currently we do have restricted parking during major events for this area.
Right. Yeah, and that's sort of event-based, but we also have tools that could go beyond that if we deem that necessary in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I want to ask about just the timing of this rezoning. So it seems like it's been a bit of a journey to consolidate the parcels. Is there anything that can be shared there? I just wondering why there's that lingering CN site.
Just from the original, there was an ARP in place here, Cromdale, Virginia Park, started in 1984, was repealed in 2021. Most of the sites just south of 112th, that line and run parallel with it, were rezoned in accordance with that plan to RMH 16 or the equivalent type zoning at the time. And CN was an intended piece of that ARP to provide neighborhood commercial. And there's a very small remnant line that's part of the cleanup here, where we're seeing that really skinny piece of RS convert. But other than that, it's not too complicated. It's just a remnant piece from the older ARP.
Okay, thank you for that background. Let's see. I think that answered most of them, and if I ask another, I'm probably going to run out of time. But I will come to the folks in favor for new information. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
I thank you. Again, it's about the commercial uses and that the report says that there's limited opportunities. What the proponent has noted with the home care services and the bistro, that's allowable within the RM16?
Yep.
Yeah. And what other services, I'm thinking that, like other medical services, like physio or something like that, would that be allowable?
Yep. Health services, indoor sales.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Collier had mentioned something about they were looking at doing a hair salon or something. That would be allowed within the building as well?
Would.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to folks in opposition, in favor, or to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. So, Councillor Salvador, you have questions to the folks in favor. So Barbara Reed and Terry Collier, which one?
To either, but they'll have to come
Either,
down.
either Barbara or Terry, can you please come down? Or both?
Great, thanks so much for making the walk down. Okay, the 4 versus 5 stories, recognizing regardless, you're capped at 16 meters. Can you just explain what the intention is there?
Yeah, we are capped at 16 meters. There is no variance. So we do meet proper ceiling height for a typical senior apartment building. Our main level does have, when you calculate all the math at each level, our main level does have about a 9-foot, 9'6" clearance, and then the levels above are 8'1". But it is capped at 16 meters.
Right, and would that, based on your current plans, is that 5 stories?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so 4 versus 5 doesn't necessarily matter, the height is the same regardless.
You bet, 100%, yes.
Perfect, and just wanted to come back to any potential contemplation of commercial uses, like I say broader commercial uses that might be for community access.
Yeah.
I think I heard that decision was made to not include that because of concern about more traffic coming to the area or more parking pressure.
Yeah, and we also want to protect the seniors. So the seniors will have accessibility or access, to all of those commercial amenity functions on the main level. It's for security, making sure that they don't get ill. It's basically supporting the seniors that are living there, the commercial use. That is within the amenity spaces.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just give me 2 seconds here. The Stony Plain 3 Robbins building, is that a 55 plus as well, or similar demographic that you would expect? Sorry. As you're walking down, just trying to follow up on one of the comments that was made from our speaker in opposition about that potentially being a 55 plus building, and what might be different about this one, or is it the same?
Yeah, I apologize. So the 55 plus was our original model. When you go into Borden Park or Cromdale, we had to make the suites smaller to make them more affordable. When you make the suites smaller, you increase your propensity for a higher acuity of care. When we started to negotiate with the home care provider, and more importantly with the walk-in clinic and the adjacent urgent care facility, it became very apparent that we needed to increase the acuity. So the first thing we did that's different than Stony Plain is we put a home care dedicated office for basically a healthcare navigator. So this, in 3 Robbins model in British Columbia, our suites are getting larger, and there's that direction. And in this community, because of financial constraint, the suites are smaller, and we've designed it for people who need care. The other thing I don't think council's aware, we bought the next lot adjacent to us so that we could stop any form of shadowing. So the project, I didn't want to discuss that because we're just here for a simple lane closure and zoning, but we own the lot next door. Our intention is never to build a multi-story. It'll be 2 or 3 story building beside it, and we purchased that on purpose just to support the community.
Okay.
The adjacent lot.
And that would be the lot just to the south?
That is correct. We purchased
Okay.
that lot.
Thank you so much for adding that.
I have started the design for that as well.
And it will be
yeah.
3 stories or less.
Yes.
Okay, so within
But
the
I didn't
existing
present
RS zone, not intending to come forward for a rezoning on that?
No.
Yeah. Okay, that's super helpful for my understanding. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. So that are the questions on new information. Thank you so much. We are ready to close the public hearing on these 2 bylaws.
I'll move closure.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move first reading of bylaw 21194 and bylaw 21195.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Please, anyone to speak? Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So I guess my concern with this one wasn't because most of the land, sorry, most of the property is already zoned at the RM16. It was just a matter of closing off that alley and taking in that one commercial zone. As far as the use of the land goes, I think this is a wonderful proposition. As someone who has helped many family members try to navigate through our seniors care system, I think this provides a wonderful opportunity for different alternatives of care. And as some of our community, like aging baby boomers, I think it's going to be even more so needed. I think the location where it is, across from the urgent care center, and the services that this property will provide really make it a great addition to the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'm pleased to support this one as well too. I think some of you know I live, well, I don't want to give you my address, but I live in a center that has a mixed population. Half of my neighbors use home care, and there's home care in-house, and half of my neighbors don't. It allows children to play with seniors, to build a complete community for all ages, wages, and stages of life. When we think about the housing crisis that we're in, I've encountered, as many of you have, many seniors who are looking for a place to downsize, but they don't have that spot yet. They're not ready for a full old age home, but they can't stay in their home anymore. And it's getting way too cost prohibitive to just live these days. When you look at your utility bills, I've talked to some homeowners who are in their original home, their utility bills are exceeding what would be our renter mortgage payments. The yard work, the burdens that they have to do to keep up the property, everything else. A home that once housed maybe 6 or 7 or 8 heartbeats might be down to 2 or even 1. Having this opportunity here, I think is I don't want to belabor it because I know we have a full agenda, but I want one of these in every community. I think every neighborhood should have an option like this. This is the full bell curve of what we should be looking at and what we should be enabling more of. I think about all the folks who will now live in these bedrooms that are now, their home is now freed up for the next generation, a young family or somebody else to take over. So it's a great opportunity, and initially I was a little perplexed why the alleyway closure was necessary, but it makes complete sense now, and I'm pleased to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues as well. And I want to say again, thank the speakers for coming out. When I look at the location of this site and its proximity to a grocery store, medical clinic, other amenities, Borden Park, River Valley, I think it's really well situated. And, I appreciate the concerns that have been raised around parking in particular, but hearing the mitigation steps that have been put in place, having full underground parking that not only accommodates the needs of residents who may have vehicles, recognizing that this is largely a population that is receiving home care, that are not out there driving, but there's still space for visitors, for family members who might be stopping by to support their loved ones, as well as care workers who are coming to the building to support the people who live there. That gives me comfort that I think there will be fairly manageable impact to the surrounding areas when it comes to parking, and knowing that there are additional tools in place that the city can act on if we get to a point where there is congestion and demand for on-street parking. I appreciate the efforts that have been taken by the applicant to engage with the community. While I wasn't able to attend the engagement session, I do know that folks in the community were able to stop by to learn more about the project and to provide their feedback. And knowing that that feedback was taken seriously, you know, it was interesting to hear about the transition of initially wanting to provide some sort of on-site commercial opportunity, not just for residents, but for the wider community, that was actually changed in response to feedback was interesting to hear today. It was also interesting to hear that, just at the end there, that the applicant actually bought the adjacent lot to the south of the property, again, to try to be responsive to any community concerns about what that transition might look like between a higher density project like this and the existing RS properties to the south. I appreciate the surety that we received today around the height of the building, whether it is 4 or 5 stories. It is capped at 16 meters, and that is not able to be varied. So I hope that provides some comfort to folks who are concerned about the height of the building. And just speaking to the need, you know, again, my colleague spoke well to this, but there is a huge need in our communities for seniors housing. I meet so many people who would love to be able to downsize and age in place. They don't want to leave the community that they have lived in for 30, 40 years, especially in a location like this that is so well situated, where they have established relationships, established connections, and oftentimes family close by. So I think this will be a welcome addition to this neighborhood, and am very thankful that this application was brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move second reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It's carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
I'll move third and final reading.
Okay,
Second.
please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Okay, now we are going to go on to our next item, which is 310, Bylaw 2-11196, to allow for medium-scale housing Ottawa, postponed at the June 9th, 2025 City Council public hearing. We have folks in favor and opposition, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Otwell neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the medium-scale residential zone with a height modifier of 23 meters to allow for medium-scale housing, which would be approximately 6 stories. Next slide, please. The site is located at the edge of the neighborhood at the intersection of 75th Street and 96th Avenue. The site is set to become well connected to the mass transit network with a rapid district bus route anticipated to run adjacent to the site along 75th and 98th Avenue. Cycling travel options will also be introduced along Otwell Road and throughout the Otwell neighborhood more broadly via ongoing improvements through neighborhood renewal scheduled for completion in 2027. Next slide, please. Prior to the submission of a formal application, the applicant hosted a series of in-person open house events where the public could learn more about their intention for rezoning and provide feedback. Feedback heard by the applicant included support for seniors housing, concern for supportive housing, security, and crime, and concern for impacts to sunlight, parking, and traffic. Through administration-led engagement, we heard from 10 people, most of whom expressed opposition to the rezoning with concerns related to additional traffic and parking congestion, including safety concerns for additional traffic in the lane, increased crime, and the height and scale of a 6-story building being out of character with the neighborhood's small scale. One comment supported the proposal, indicating that it will encourage inward growth as opposed to continuous outward suburban growth, and that it can provide an alternative housing option in the area to those who cannot afford a single detached house. Next slide, please. By increasing density near a future mass transit route, the rezoning contributes to the big city moves of a rebuildable city and community of communities by helping to achieve the targets of 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation and 50% of new infill units accommodated. In the Southeast District Plan, the subject site is designated as urban mix, as shown on the screen, which includes housing, shops, services, and offices, all in one land use category. With the application proposing a scale that would be considered greater than low-rise or 4 stories, the district policy allows for consideration of additional scale. For this site in particular, because it is located along a corner and along an arterial roadway. Next slide, please. At nearly half an acre, the site size is equivalent to 8 residential lots, which is a relatively large site within an infill context, and allows for the additional scale being proposed to be more appropriately managed through sensitive transitions to the surrounding context. This combination of key zoning regulations, such as a maximum building floor area ratio of 3 and a maximum building length of 80 meters, limits the scale of the building and allow for many design scenarios. The models shown on the slide are 2 potential scenarios. The model on the left shows a scenario with one building that is maximizing the building length, but at an overall reduced floor area than what is permitted, taking up much less of the site. The model on the right shows a scenario with 2 buildings that maximizes the zone's floor area ratio and minimum setbacks, but are reduced in length, resulting in a large gap of space between both buildings. Setback regulations will also help transition these 6-story buildings to their surroundings, which include an existing utility lot highlighted in yellow on the screen, and this provides an additional 6 meters of buffer space. Both scenarios significantly reduce the overall massing and create a less impactful development. Thank you. Next slide, please. To mitigate mobility-related impacts from this proposal, the landowner will be required to make the following improvements: relocation of the sidewalk to the 75th Street and 98th Avenue intersection for a more direct connection, including a marked and signed crosswalk across the service road. This is identified by the pink dash line. Reconstruction of the lane to a commercial alley standard, as identified by the green and yellow lines. And the installation of center and stop lines and parking restriction signs at the Otwell Road and 98th Avenue intersection, as identified by the pink asterisks. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It proposes development that will sensitively transition to its surroundings in alignment with the district policy and will allow for more housing near future mass transit, a key outcome of the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to folks in favor. Kent Dixon, Braemar Baptist Church, joining remotely.
Actually, I'm in person.
Oh, you're in person? Got it. Okay. David Hall, Braemar Baptist Church, remote. David? Okay. And Rhiannon Swans joining in person, Clarity Development Advisory. Okay. We'll start with Speaker Dixon. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Perfect. We'll just stay on that slide for a moment, please. Our consultant here to my right, he and I unintentionally created the Purple Shirt Club, which I think everyone will agree is far superior to the Pink Pony Club. Good morning, Mayor Sohi, councillors, city staff, administration, fellow Edmontonians, and guests. My name is Kent Dixon, and I'm the pastor of Braemar Baptist Church, located at 7407 98th Avenue, nestled in the Otwell community. It's adjacent to Holyrood, Forest Heights, and Terrace Heights. I'm here with David, as the mayor mentioned, the team lead for Braemar's development team. We're here seeking council support to rezone our church property, currently zoned as 8 residential lots, to one cohesive site with RM medium-scale residential zoning. For more than 60 years, Braemar Baptist Church has existed as a Christian faith community in Southeast Edmonton. The congregation has always sought to serve others and meet their needs, both in our local community and through international missions efforts. Next slide, please. Over the next few decades, we've experienced a decline in attendance as the congregation has aged, just like other churches in North America. And while our previously limited connection to the local community has essentially disappeared over that period. While efforts continue to stabilize and supplement the financial viability of the church and congregation, the reality is that significant change and a renewed vision are required. The congregation are unified in recognizing that our church facilities and properties can no longer be a Sunday-only site, as that's neither sustainable in the medium to long term, nor does it intentionally meet the practical needs of the surrounding community. The Braemar development team was formed at the Braemar annual general meeting in February 2023. The main goal of the team has been to explore the potential practical opportunities that might be available to ensure our congregation and church property become better engaged in serving the needs of our local community in practical ways. The secondary goal of the project is improving our long-term financial sustainability. As Christians, we're called to serve others in meeting their needs, while also sharing and living out the truth of God's love for all people. Early conversations with key stakeholders, such as the City of Edmonton, our congregation, and other partners, have affirmed our initial vision of the Braemar Baptist Church site being developed into a community within a community of sorts. This site, and I felt this vision early on, needs to serve as a walkable hub, a place of connection for not only the existing congregation, but also for the surrounding community, as well as the potential partners who could come to have a presence on the site. Following extensive community and congregational consultation, the Braemar development team has identified 4 main components that should be reflected on a redeveloped site. The site will obviously continue to have a dedicated church space, and it was interesting to me that even folks who don't identify as people of faith at our community consultation events said it must continue to have a church. But this needs to be reimagined to better meet the contemporary needs of our existing and future congregation. The site also, we heard loud and clear, needs to feature a housing component with a primary focus on seniors, giving community residents an option to age in place. And I have a list from our congregants already of people that are saying, when can I move in? The site will also include a variety of services as we seek to create a synergy of uses that meets a variety of needs, including practical services in the development. That's also been identified as a priority. From a coffee shop or cafe to a daycare operator, professional offices, or other services, the site needs to be focused on meeting other needs beyond spiritual care or housing. Another common theme that has emerged is that a potential development should include some form of community space. And when I say that, I don't mean a community hall because we have them in the communities around us. This needs to be a site that can be used for group rentals, public presentations, other events. The development should include multi-use space that's available and accessible to the community. Working with like-minded organizations, we believe that a redeveloped Braemar Baptist Church site could become a driver in revitalizing the surrounding community and meeting many critical needs that are not currently being met within walking distance. In conclusion, we would appreciate Council's approval of our rezoning application so we can proceed with our redevelopment plans. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. We'll answer questions when appropriate.
Thank you so much for joining us. Is David Hall joining us? No, we'll go to Renaissance. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Rain and Zones with Clarity, just here to support the Braemar Baptist Church and have been consulting on this with them for a period of time. I just want to emphasize that this is a really interesting project to us. It's one we're very passionate about because of the substantial work in engaging the community that the Braemar Church has taken on themselves. This project was driven not by a desire for a particular outcome. It was driven by discussion with the community, with their congregation, through multiple open houses, engagement sessions, dropped mailers, flyers, and ongoing communication for about 1.5 years now to come to this outcome today. So I'll move on to the next slide. I'll keep this brief, as I think administration's done a very good job, as well as Kent here, of explaining the vision. And so the location is along 98th and 75th Street, and you know, these are two very heavily trafficked corridors. We are also in proximity to a park space just to the south of the site. And I'll go to the next slide, please. And you'll see on the next slide here that there is also a service road just in front of the site. This was mentioned by administration. Part of the development will include a better connection, pedestrian across that service road, to offer just a safer, more modernized transportation configuration. Next slide, please. And I'll just speak as well, just very briefly, about the existing conditions of the site. As mentioned, this is an RS zoned property. As you may know, many churches throughout the latter half of the 1900s did develop under residential zoning, as was the case here. They have been here for a period of 60 plus years now and are deeply embedded in the community. In their heyday, back in about the 70s and 80s, there were 500 congregants regularly attending this church, and now that is substantially lowered. This means that, looking at a new vision for the site, now is the right time for that. And so, as I had mentioned, this has been driven closely by discussing this with the community. What does the community need moving forward? And so right now, there is religious assembly on the site, so a church. There is one single detached house owned by the church as well as a daycare use. On to the next slide, please. So we are proposing the RM zone. We originally proposed the MU zone, given the intentions of Braemar and discussions with the community about having more community amenities, having that cafe, having office space. Through some of the technical discussion with administration, it was felt that RM would be a little more appropriate, offer more transition between some of the neighboring uses. And so we're looking to do that under the RM H23 zone and really create that active mixed-use community hub or the opportunity for that. Next slide, please. And I'll actually skip right past this one because administration's covered it very well, so I'll just move on to the finality of this. So this application supports Braemar's vision of an active mixed-use community hub, a real revitalization of this area. It has been entirely shaped by extensive engagement and response to needs within the community. And finally, this is well suited for the site, given the location along two significant arterial roadways. We have completed various technical reports, as administration mentioned, including a transportation impact assessment, a drainage servicing report, sun shadow studies, all verifying the viability of this proposal on the site. So we are excited to bring this forward to you today and respectfully request your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll have questions from colleagues. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for your presentations today. I also appreciate your patience. I know this was laid over a few times, so nice to have this conversation today. I wanted to dig in a little bit on the engagement and community consultation that has been had. So you mentioned multiple open houses, mailers, and ongoing communication. I'm wondering if you can share, I think you mentioned 1.5 years, is that right? That you've been?
About 2 now.
2 years?
Yeah.
How has that dialogue with community evolved over the course of those 2 years? Are there some concerns that sort of still remain? How have you addressed some of those concerns throughout the 2 years?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We held 2 different community engagement sessions. We engaged a consultant and hosted them at the church. So we invited the community. So we sent out invitations to local residents with, under the city guidelines. And then we also ran an ad in the local community paper to make sure people were notified of the opportunity. So we had an evening session and then a Saturday morning session to kind of try and give people the greatest opportunity to come. We had all of our really early draft concept designs set out. And it was interesting because the conversations we had with community members were what I heard over and over. I was at one of the sessions, but what I heard over and over was people surprised that we were asking or cared about what they thought about what we were doing. So I had one resident say to me, so many developments happen around us and around this community, and no one asks us what we think. And I kind of chuckled because I have a real estate background. So I said, pastor with a real estate background, weird. But I said to the person, I get it, because often developers, through no fault of their own necessarily, will come with a token engagement. So here's what we're doing. Hey, what do you think, right? Just stamp this for us. This is what we're going to do. But instead, we put the consultation first. And we said, no, we sincerely want to know what you want to see here. So we want to know what the needs are that you perceive in the community, and how can we intentionally meet those needs. So we are part of this community, and we're not looking to just create something that generates revenue for the church or for a developer or for any sort of a leasing company or anything like that. We genuinely want to meet the needs that people have in the community. So we don't want to duplicate what's going on in Capilano. Capilano's not that far away. But people recognize the need for a cafe or a restaurant right in the area. Things like a grocery store where they can pick up essentials that's walkable and close by. So we heard concerns about parking, obviously. We heard concerns about height a little bit. For the most part, we seem to receive positive feedback even on the height. So people weren't concerned when they realized what it could include, if that makes sense. So parking-wise, we have right away, we said, we don't want to create congestion and issues with parking right in the area for residents because we're neighbors, right? So again, we would look at parkade. So obviously that's up to a developer that we would partner with, but a parkade makes the most sense because we have the land. They need to build from beneath anyway, so why not put in a parkade? So another concern that we heard was crime, and that comes from the, I always get this wrong, Morningstar? The Morningstar project east of us. So people right away said, they latch on to low income. So we're talking about affordable housing for seniors, which is a whole different creature, right? So, but they hear affordable, so they're worried about crime, they're worried about another scenario that they're already struggling with in their community. So we did a lot of trying to assuage those concerns.
Okay, that's a really helpful answer. Thank you so much for that. Just coming back to maybe some of the earlier contemplations around the MU zone. Yep. That was the original proposal. And I guess in 40 seconds, the primary shift there was to just provide a better transition. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. So the RM zone has a cap of 80 meters in building width. And so that basically would require either a smaller building or 2 buildings on the site as opposed to 1 building across the entire set of properties that the MU zone could offer, as well as certain transition regulations in terms of setbacks and stepbacks above 16 meters in height. There's an additional 3 meters if your building is above 16 meters in height.
Right. Okay, thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Wright.
Thank you. When you said across the site, I thought about the one slide that admin had in their presentation where it's the red across the whole. You're not planning on building a building, or you can't build a building across that whole, the whole lot.
That's correct. You can't, because the lot is, I believe, well over 100 meters long, and you'd be capped at 80 meters based on the zoning.
Okay, so it would be either shorter or the two buildings, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think maybe a bit different from the previous item that we had, you're looking at your commercial space being accessible to the greater community, correct?
Great.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton. Again,
No,
it's...
I'm Councillor Wright.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright, sorry. So many councillors, so little time.
Yeah.
So it's about meeting needs that we've identified. So that's what the consultation told us, is that these are the kind of needs that people have that they want met in this type of site. So the goal is not just people that are there, so not just church people or people who might be living at the site, but the community overall. So it's about meeting needs of the community as well.
Okay, and that's what you heard from your community consultations, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Then I'm also interested, again, referring, maybe I should ask admin, but on the slide noted where there's going to be sort of enhancements to the alleyways, is that going to be of benefit to the rest of the community as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even as they are right now, these are very narrow alleys. I believe they're less than 4 meters wide right now. And so in terms of, bringing it up to, for example, a commercial standard, and administration can bring more detail on that, there will be additional opportunity for multiple vehicles to pass each other in the lane. Everything will be modernized to current standards.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I have driven by the church numerous times, and I was a ward councillor for Ottawa from 2007 to 2010. So I've been in the church before a number of times. It does have community attachment, and is there opportunity to preserve some of the kind of outside features to have that attachment kind of remain in the community and a wider public as well, because it is a kind of, I mean, not historically designated historical structure, but it has been there for a long, long time.
Yeah, so good question, Mayor, thanks. Westmount Presbyterian did something not dissimilar to what we've done probably 10 years ago. Now, we've got it's a different scope, it's a different kind of engagement process that we've undertaken, but for example, when they built their new church building, they went to their developer and said, okay, we want to preserve some things, like you've said. So within our sanctuary, for example, if you come into our sanctuary at our church, we have beautiful wood everywhere. We want to repurpose that in a new structure in some way. We've got a cross at the front of the sanctuary. We want to repurpose it in some way. One of our chair of our development team actually says he wants the GPS location of where it is now and to be in the same place then, so in a new building. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Mayor. And that's what really struck me and warmed my heart is the fact that people say, a school is the heart of a community, or a church, a faith community is the heart of a community, and so we've heard that as well. And so there's no question we had people from our congregation say, well, we're still going to have a church here, aren't we? We're not just selling the site. No, absolutely not. So the church will be a central function as well.
Well, that's good. Thank you so much. It'll be still kind of sad to lose it, right? So if it approved, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. I'll take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Okay, that concludes the questions to both of you. Now we'll go to folks in opposition. Is Christopher Head joining us remotely? Christopher Head joining us remotely or in person? How about Brian Kelba?
Excuse me, sir. I'm here. I'm remote.
Is that Christopher?
It is.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. I'll come to you in a minute. Is Brian Kelba joining us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Okay, both of you are here. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and after that, council members may have questions of you. We will start with Christopher Head.
I live immediately across from the church on 96B Avenue. I'm concerned about the height of the proposed building because the effect for me is clearly I will lack privacy in my backyard, which and the other issue is the shade issues mean that I will have almost no sunlight during the summer months. Parking is already a challenge for the simple reason that the city's redesign, including the small park across, eliminated parking on the south side of the street. So the only parking is on the north side, which I think is going to be a challenge, particularly because we're not sure at the present time how many suites we have, and they say they're going to have a parkade, which is fine, but the only access to the parkade on anything I've been able to see is from the back lane. There's the further concern is there's a potential security risk to the people because they will generate more traffic. But I'm aware of the problems that have occurred at 57th and 57th Street, 98th Avenue at the St. Nicholas Senior Citizen Center. And the proposed things that I've been able to see show that the activities front and back are open to viewing. And the other issue I am concerned about is the volume and safety. When were they last assessed? Because 75th Street and 98th Avenue, if you're heading northbound, there will have to be a left turn somewhere across 98th Avenue. And and then the southbound 75th Street, you've got another problem where you're going to have to allow a left turn into the proposed space. And I think that needs to be very much looked after. My major concern is not that I don't understand the needs of Braemar Baptist and they're concerned about an older congregation. This is a common problem with lots of churches, but I'm not certain a development of the extent that they are proposing would be helpful for traffic purposes. The other problem is, aside from the car traffic, it's the pedestrian traffic, because they're going to have pedestrians crossing the right turn onto 98th and then progressing across the 98th Avenue. So I think there are a number of concerns that would be better addressed by actually figuring out what they want to do. And I'm not convinced that the consultation was exactly to the extent. Yes, I reckon Pastor Kent and his wife came around and they asked, they were thinking of doing things, and I simply suggested daycare, and they've got a daycare there, and that is not causing any problem. But I'm not certain that the destruction of the church and the putting up a 6-story building with we don't know how many suites, and if the aim is to provide affordable senior housing, that might be very well a different matter. So I thank you for your attention. Thanks. And I'm closing.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Brian Kelba.
Okay, taking a look at it, I want to thank the city for the renewal of our Outwall neighborhood. They spent lots and lots of money on all sorts of walkability and family-oriented activities. including the pocket park that you have seen that's on 96B Avenue and 74th Street that is very close. That particular park also hosts students from the Wise School, which is 200 meters walk, which is on 96A Avenue, as they do bring their classes there for a recess activity and for nature training. So when you take a look at the back alley that it says extent of commercial upgrade, how do you upgrade an alley to commercial when you got the public, you got homeowners there that have the space, that take care of the back alley space? What is that going to be? I'd like to have that answered eventually. And two, as people are not comfortable usually driving through back alleys for distances, as I see them as they come through our neighborhood, because I do live next to Chris, across from that park, across from the church, people cut through the area. And if there are children there, which is what you wanted in that park, and seniors that are actually walking in that park that live across from the park, these increased traffics will be a hazard and could create a major problem. On that note, then, also talking about the height, you did all see the presentation from Clarity and from your city. Now, there were shade analysis there. The shade of 6-story buildings will reach the extent completely across 75th Street and 98th Avenue over to 77th Avenue. And as the sun goes by, it will reach across 98th Avenue, well past the 100th Avenue. So that's the extent that it reaches there. In the 96B and 98th Avenue residences that are east of the church, it will reach all the way to the convenience store on Otwell Road. That puts everybody in the shade. I do propose that 6 stories is much too high for building. I don't object to a redevelopment and emphasizing that the church has to be maintained in more than just a room and more than just a part that you can't see inside of an apartment building. But that's where I'm looking at. And I have seen a number of homeless that do sleep under the stairs at the church exits or at the back door. So we already have homeless that hang around the church, which would probably simply increase if there were more commercial spaces to hide at. As far as the notification card, it stated that vehicle access would be from the rear of the alley. No consideration given to access from the front. So I'm going, why are the residents of 98th Avenue and 75th Street bearing the brunt of that traffic access? Currently, right now, the church has access to the parking lot from the service road on 98th facing and 75th facing. The other thing is the commercial access. We don't know to what extent they want to have. Is it more services oriented for a seniors resident, or is it going to be for people that aren't seniors, which the neighborhood is changing, and we do have quite a bit of younger families with kids coming into our crescent. That's about all I've got for you right now, except for the fact that the bus stops for the residents are located over on 101st Avenue, which is about 550 meters, or 600 meters away going west up to 79th Street. And there is one that is stated, according to a Google walk check, 400 meters if they go south on 75th Street and then cross the road on 96 to access it on 96th Avenue and 76th Street. So either way, there are major roads to cross to get to public transit. Thank you very much for your time, and those are my thoughts. Could administration find out how many suites are planned in a 6-story building? Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you both so much for sharing your thoughts today. I want to loop back to, I'll go to Christopher. Okay, I wanted to better understand just the sort of traffic concerns and traffic management concerns. You mentioned a concern around the left turn across 98th Ave. Can you just help me understand that piece? So are you referring to sort of there's the side access road, and if people were trying to come out of that to go west?
Okay. At 90, Plano Freeway ends at 101st. This is north. This is southbound on 75th Street.
Yes.
Okay. If you ever see it at rush hour, it does get backed up. And then what will happen is, if this is approved and they've got commercial access, and the people they've got to get across 75th Street northbound, and there's going to have to be a left turn of some sort. Are you following me?
Yep, I think I understand now. So if someone's coming down 75th, in order to even get access into this site, during those rush hour times, that could be pretty challenging.
Yes, and the same thing on 98th Avenue with traffic heading westbound. Yes, there is an advance, but they would again have to cross 98th Avenue. And although in the morning it's not as bad, but it still is, there's going to have to be a left turn of some sort provided, unless people are supposed to turn left onto 75th Street, but that's the problem, as I see it.
Right. Okay, that's really helpful. I will ask those questions to our city staff as well. Thank you for clarifying that piece. I also wanted to ask, okay, so there's currently a daycare on site. What has your experience been with that? Just around traffic management, or the folks that are going there? Is it mostly people in the neighborhood that you're aware of?
I'm not exactly sure who their people at the daycare are, but they don't come into the back lane. They just simply generally just go down and into the parking lot at the side of the current church.
Got it.
So I haven't, yeah.
Okay, and sorry, I'm just aware of my time. I want to get some other questions in there. You mentioned privacy and shading. My understanding, and I'll clarify with city staff, but it looks like there's a pretty big buffer across the lane. So if we include the lane, it looks like it's almost 9 meters between, I guess what would be your property, plus the lane, plus the setback that's required. You're aware of that piece, right? The 9 meters?
Yeah, it's there, but according to what I was able to look at, it shows that my backyard is completely shaded at numerous parts of the year.
Right. Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so yeah, it's sort of that seasonal shading concern that's the primary one for you then.
Well, the winter one, I'm not particularly worried, because I'm not in a position to make use of my backyard in the winter.
Yeah.
But in the summer, no, I would like to basically be able to go out in my backyard.
Yeah. Okay.
Enjoy the sun. I have a gazebo, and so.
Okay, that's really helpful. I apologize. I'll just need one more round, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. You just mentioned, sorry, who was that just speaking? Was that Mr. Kelba or Mr. Head?
That was Chris.
Mr. Head.
Okay, Chris, you just mentioned that you've got a gazebo. Can that provide you some privacy? I know myself, I've got 7 two-story houses looking into my backyard, and I had to get something like a gazebo with privacy shades and that too.
Well, it potentially could, but my concern is that I can be seen going in and out of the gazebo, but that's not necessarily a huge problem, but it's something that if it's not in the sun, if it's all in the shade, well, it makes it just it's not particularly convenient.
Okay, and if I can just clarify for myself, you're living east of the site, or sorry, south of the site?
I am south of the site.
I'm sorry, south of the site? Okay, because I was just looking at the shading.
Yeah.
So, let's see, during the spring and summer equinox, it doesn't, except for after 6 p.m., there might be a little bit. And again, summer, there's a little bit of a shade south of the buildings. And I'm not seeing anything on the winter.
Yeah, but our problem, quite frankly, is we don't know what the design is going to be and how much is going on. So it's a concern, but.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, because they are, there's restrictions on the size and the height and everything, so I don't see that it being any more than what we're seeing on the sun shadowing in the report. Like, if it was going to be like higher, then there would probably be more shading on your property.
Well, the problem is it's the fixed story. If it were just 4, it probably would be less of a problem, but.
Okay, I'll consider that and look at the photos a bit more then. Okay, that's all I have.
Can you move the second round?
And I will move a second round, thank you.
Second. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Scary. Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just go to Brian. Hi, Brian.
Yes, hi.
Thank you for your comments. So you were asking, and I guess there's a desire for some more clarity around like intended number of suites, maybe who the building would be oriented towards. I know it was briefly mentioned by the applicant that there could be a focus on seniors. Are those the kinds of conversations that you would want to continue having with the applicant? Okay, so just some of those details, I guess.
Sure. About the number of suites, because then they said they are going to have parking for it, which I would expect, because otherwise the guests or the residents are going to be parking in our pocket park, and that's going to hamper the privacy of everybody, including the people that are residents that want to come over to the pocket park.
Right.
I also wanted to mention, because I forgot one thing, which is there is the Arabic Christian church that is also home to this location. So it's not just one church congregation, it is 2 church congregations that are currently supporting it.
Gotcha. Okay, and then on the parking piece, your desire would be to see that underground parking, like the parkade, correct?
Absolutely, and I'd like to see that from the front of the building, not from the rear. I talked to Dave Bell, and he told me that they plan to have guest parking in the back, annual parking at the back of the building for the commercial side of things. That means that alley is going to be a commercial access alley, which is not what it was designed for.
Okay, and that's where your question came in around what exactly does that even mean? What
Yes.
is an expectation for a commercially upgraded alley? I can absolutely ask that of administration on your behalf so that we can all get some more certainty around what that looks like and how that might function.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I think that's it on my end. Thank you for your comprehensive presentations, and I'll now direct those questions to admin.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. So that concludes questions to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll go to questions to administration. Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, I'll pick up right there with the commercial alley upgrade. Can you just walk us through what exactly does that mean? What does that entail? How would that change the functionality for residents in the area?
So very briefly, commercial alley means that the surface will be paved for 6 meters. Currently, it is a residential standard, which is a 4-meter paved surface with 1 meter grass on both sides. So this basically provides more surface for cars to maneuver, given that there is going to be an increase in traffic. This is a typical practice to look for that kind of an upgrade.
Okay, and yeah, I'm just thinking of scenarios where I've heard from residents where maybe there hasn't been a commercial alley upgrade, but they have seen an influx in traffic for a variety of reasons. And then you might have people like driving onto what is actually private property when they're trying to maneuver around or cutting corners. Is that part of the reason that the commercial upgrades would be required, is just to ensure that there's safe and functional vehicle movement?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. I want to talk about the buffer space between any of the private properties to the south of the site and expectations for setbacks for the building, because I'm really hearing those concerns around shadowing and height and privacy concerns. Am I correct in understanding that with the 6-meter requirement for the commercial alley, is it plus 3 meters as well for a setback?
That's correct, at the rear, yep.
Okay, so that's the setback. Are there step backs of the building as well? Can you explain that?
There are,
Okay.
yeah. Step backs at 16 meters, so at roughly 4 stories.
Yeah.
It would step back an additional 3. So if you're standing on the ground, you would end up having 6 meters in a setback when you're above 4 stories.
Okay, so...
So 3 on the ground, 3 at 4 stories.
Gotcha. So the properties to the south of the building would actually be facing onto a 4-story building at the outset that steps up to 6 potentially.
Yeah, those are interior side setbacks. So at the rear, I
Okay.
don't think there's an additional setback. Is there additional?
No, there's not. So it would be a full 6 stories at the rear.
Okay, and then on the sides it would be step back from
Yep.
from 4. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for helping me understand that piece. And I know you can't answer the question around how many suites are planned, but I will come to new information. I'll give you a heads up that I will be asking that question, recognizing it's a little early in the process, but would like to know what your intention is there. Why is the vehicle access all from the lane and not from the front streets?
That again is a preferred practice to make sure that we are not overly relying on the front access, given large volume of traffic along the major arterial. This is also in alignment with the typical infill practice, where we try and rely on alley access to maintain a better pedestrian realm on the frontages. This, again, today, we don't have any plans for arterial upgrades at the moment, but typically we do see that these service roads do get modified and repurposed in future, so we are trying to just future-proof that option as well.
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
So an example will be 95th Avenue arterial rehab that includes basically repurposing the service road to include a shared pathway and more landscaping and repurposing the cross-section.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going beyond the site itself and the access to the site, we heard some concerns around just traffic coming off of 75th and, yeah, you know, being in this area, it can get quite congested during rush hour. Concerns around left turns across 75th to be able to even access the site. I believe there's a median there as well if people are going westbound to try to cross into the site on 98th Ave. Were there any considerations around that or traffic studies that were done to ensure that this won't create additional problems in this area?
Yeah, maybe I can take just a couple of minutes to walk you through the traffic study component, how that addresses this.
Sure, and you know what, I might jump in. There's 12 seconds left, and I know you can't answer it in that amount of time, so maybe someone else can pick up where I leave off.
Councillor Rutherford.
Can you please elaborate on the traffic study?
Absolutely.
Please take as much time as you need to really
No,
give us a comprehensive.
I'll try to wrap it up in a couple of minutes, as mentioned. So a transportation study was conducted. Baseline volumes were established through 48-hour traffic counts at the two major accesses for this site, which is 96A Avenue to the south at the intersection of 75th Street and the 98th Avenue with Otwell Road. Analysis was done by looking at a land use concept as well, including 100 residential units, a commercial component, a childcare facility, and continuous use of the church. Based on the traffic analysis, both intersections are within the acceptable levels of service. Yes, there will be some increase to the traffic, but looking at the traffic volumes, a signalization or any substantial or significant change in the control is not needed. There is also neighborhood renewal happening, which includes some safety considerations, upgrades happening at the intersection of 98th Avenue and Otwell Road. Including better active modes connectivity, relocation of the crosswalk. So that is another important consideration when we are looking at changing any control types. So I think that basically addresses that question.
Just to quickly follow up, when you say within acceptable levels, can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
So within acceptable levels, if we are looking at any delay for a turning movement over 80 seconds, that is termed as level of service F. But if you are able to make that turn within 30 to 40 seconds, that is in the realm of B and C, which is acceptable. But I will caveat that this is not the only consideration to look for signalization. There are many other considerations in addition to this.
Yeah, because I think I've definitely seen sometimes where the signalization can fix one problem and cause other problems. So you have to look at as if I'm understanding correctly, like the whole network.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. And what about specifically if someone that's not as familiar with this area, the specific acts like turning in from 75th to this specific site?
Yeah, that's an all-directional access that is unsignalized at the moment and will remain that.
It'll remain unsignalized?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Okay, sticking with traffic. But with the access through the back, though, that would probably most likely negate any need for left turns off of 75th if you're going to be accessing through the commercial alley?
Alleys will eventually connect to the collector network, which is 96A Avenue to the south. So eventually the traffic is going to enter and exit through 75th Street to the west and 98th Avenue to the north.
Okay, so there would be. Okay, and then does the traffic impact assessment look at the traffic in the alley?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, so you've considered number or counts or whatever of the traffic could be coming through there?
Yes, that was a consideration, and the recommendation was based on the increase in traffic.
Okay, and then it also indicates in the presentation future mass transit down 98th Avenue, but there is current bus service down there now, right?
There is current bus service as well, and the mass transit is a district connector. I think it's 5C or something, but it is, yes, mass transit is there in future.
Okay, so people don't necessarily need to have a car to access or to live there, move to and from wherever they need to go. They can use public transit.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you take the chair? I need clarity on that. My understanding, the bus service on 101 Avenue, not on 98th Avenue.
So that is a frequent bus service at 101.
Yeah.
And then the district route is planned.
Yeah, that's a future as well. But currently, bus service is not on 98th or 76, it is on 101 Avenue and 79th Street. That's my understanding.
101 Avenue, and just if you can give me
And
just
Otwell Road.
10 seconds, I can reconfirm that. Yes, that's correct. 101 Avenue and 79th Street.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
are the
So it's
crossroads.
not close proximity. So okay. Okay, I will take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Okay. Okay, well, that concludes the questions to administration. And at this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to members of the public in favor, in opposition, or to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So just to the applicant, I wanted to come back to, there were some questions from speakers in opposition around, like, how many suites? Who would the building be oriented to on the residential side? What are you able to share around that at this point? Recognizing this is a rezoning stage, but given the community conversations you've had, do you have a line of sight as to what you'd intend?
No, and the reason we're not at the stage of identifying is we don't have a developer. We don't have any partners in place beyond the rezoning. We've got materials prepared to do requests for proposal process, but we're not there yet because there's no point in sending anything out to try and get those conversations going until we had the rezoning. So it will be the massing and the number of units, how the units are configured will basically be set by the developer. We'll obviously be seeking to have input through the whole process because we want to manage the all of these spinning plates, right? The capacity for the building to handle, the capacity for trying to not negatively impact the community. Like, this is intended to be a positive impact, right? So we're not at that stage yet because we don't have a developer in place who would say to us this many units. We've done some analysis, but we're not experts in that area. So
if I may just add, thanks, Kent. So basically, I would also add that we have done some preliminary analysis with an architect as well as to see what would potentially fit on the site. Again, these are conceptual, very much so. There's no builder developer partner at this point in time, but we use those estimates to help formulate the statistics for the transportation impact assessment as well. And so we roughly were able to say something like 80 to 100 units could be reasonable on the site in combination with a dedicated church space, some community space, commercial space.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. And did I hear correctly that there was a desire around a seniors focus?
yes.
Yes, okay.
That's what we heard from community and congregational consultation.
Okay, thank you. Recognizing where you're at in the process, is there a desire and a commitment to continue having those types of conversations with community and continue engaging to refine the concept as you move forward if this is advanced today?
Absolutely. We thanks for the question. We at our consultations, we intentionally gathered people's contact information in the community to ensure that we're able to communicate, and we've already done that a few times, is let them know where we're at in different stages. So there will be absolutely full transparency and intentionality about keeping communication lines open and letting people know where we're at.
Okay. At this time, looking at the two massing models between the singular building versus the two kind of on either end that don't take, well, it's either sort of one building that takes up less room or two smaller buildings. Is there a leaning one way or the other at this point, given your conversations so far?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. As you know, that's a challenging question because we are early stage, and Braemar Baptist Church is not a developer. They will partner with a developer to create something that works both for them, the community, and meet zoning bylaw requirements. So I would say that one of the key focuses during the initial sort of conceptual design phase was centralizing some of that commercial and community space kind of towards the center of the site. So that could take the shape of two separate buildings with kind of a pedestrian pathway down the middle. That's something that was quite compelling to see, but it's really hard to say at this point in time. I wouldn't want to give any false misconceptions.
Right. Yeah, no, and I'm just asking, I'm thinking about some of the comments we heard from the neighbors to the south and how that building orientation may or may not influence the concerns that they shared around privacy and shadowing. And is there anything else you wanted to add on the privacy shadowing piece and some of the mitigation steps or things that are built into the zoning that you would be pointing to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just given the sun shadow study, you can see that there are some impacts in the evening on certain times of month towards the south and east, but we are talking about, for example, in the summer months, generally fast-moving sun, shadows don't sit and wait. They move through the landscape, and so I don't necessarily anticipate significant impacts to the south or the east.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think that answers a lot of my questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. That concludes the questions on new information. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
Move closure.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Need a
Second.
seconder? Second, Councillor Jans. Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I've appreciated the conversation this morning. I wanted to jump on to say, you know, after hearing the conversation, this is a project I'm really comfortable in supporting. I had the chance to be involved in the Westmount Presbyterian project. I think it's a phenomenal contribution to that neighborhood, and the neighbors agree. It's a really exciting way, I think, for faith communities to reinvest in communities and support the needs of the broader neighborhood. Hearing some of the concerns just around sun shadowing, I think the placement of these lots, you know, at the northern end of the neighborhood, it looks like the majority of the shadow is cast onto the street. And appreciate some of the finer details that need to be worked through at the development permit stage around traffic management, but I certainly heard assurances that those can be effectively managed. So I look forward to supporting this one, and thank you again for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, very quickly, I'm very excited about this project, and my only ask is that the applicants make a documentary, or maybe not a film, but something through your process, because I've had in my time on council, 6 different churches reach out to me wanting to do the same thing. I grew up in an Anglican church. I was baptized in that in March now, after 116 years, that church is finally closed. That church was both a community, but also I have feelings of anger looking back a bit, because we spent so much time as a family fundraising for that church. The roof, the furnace, the leak, another roof issue, this issue, not to mention the utility bills. We'd pass the offering and it didn't go to the poor. It went to the power company. It was hemorrhaging heat every winter. It was a mess. And so that what was supposed to be a community space became, as one church leader, Baptist leader Stu Carson, you may know in Edmonton, used the phrase I heard from him first, the edifice complex, that the church spends so much time managing the building, it's not the community. And growing up there was this really annoying hymn, I am the church, we are the church together, and it was like and the verse was, the church is not a building, the church is the people. And so hearing you and others coming together to do these sorts of projects, this adaptive reuse, this thinking about how the community comes together, not just once a week for an hour to sing, but also to build homes, space, amenities, etc. I hear the concerns of the neighbors about the impact, but I think given this parcel, given the space here, I think sufficient mitigations are being considered. I think when we think about the mixed amenity space, the potential there, this will really build in that walkability, that 15-minute city, that value add when we think about not just the single-use apartment building, but also these other pieces here together. I think it's going to be so much more. So I very enthusiastically support this, and I hope yet again this can be another one of these great stories, because at least in my ward, we have so many of these buildings coming to end of life, where the congregation is struggling, and I don't want these volunteers to be spending their time suffering under the stress of just the financial pressure. I want more potential. I think this is doing it, and I hope that we get a model that we can replicate all over the city. So I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Again, another great purposing of the land, and how you're engaging community and encouraging community to come and live there. I was concerned with the transit access because I had thought that it did go down 98th Ave. Looking at some of the different routes, though, now I do see within about a 7 or 8 minute walking distance, either north or south on 75th Street to other routes there. So I think I'm a little satisfied with that, as well as with the commercial alley access as well. And I'm glad to know that there was part of the traffic assessment study did look at the alley as well. I don't know, Councillor Jans, is this what you're talking about? Here's the church, here's the steeple, open the doors, and here are the people. Whoops, I did that wrong. Here are the people? Okay. So, yes, so thank you for welcoming the people in the community, and I think this is another great use of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the dialogue today, but also all the work that has gotten us to this point to be able to even have this conversation. I maybe just to the applicant first want to express gratitude for the conversations that you've been having with the community for, it sounds like, the last 1.5 to 2 years at multiple points. And I think that's an indicator of the kind of community-focused organization that you've been for a really long time. Also reflecting on how, as my colleague shared, that this is a growing trend. Churches reimagining their spaces, looking at how to make better use of large underutilized sites, and to adapt and evolve to continue meeting the needs of community, but a changing and evolving community. Now, I appreciate the concerns that have been raised by the community members who joined us today, particularly to the south of the site. Heard concerns around parking, and also heard that there is an intention, while we can't bake it into the bylaw today, to provide that underground parking and a parkade in order to meet not only the residential component that there's an intention to provide, but commercial and retail as well, and community space. If there's going to be event-based spaces for folks to be able to rent out, that seems like it would be an important and desirable component. On the height of the building, can definitely understand the concerns that have been raised, but I'm also thinking about the mitigation measures that are put in place and included in the bylaw itself, whether it is the 3-meter setback, and in the south-facing case, the 6-meter alley plus the 3-meter setback, or on the adjacent sides of the property, setback plus a step back. So sort of facing onto what would actually be closer to a 4-story building, stepping back to a 6-story building. I think that provides some degree of comfort that there will be a sensitive transition to the adjacent properties. So I appreciate that we got to talk a little bit about that today. Also appreciated hearing about how things have evolved over the last 2 years, knowing that there was an original proposal for the MU zone and that we're here today talking about RM. I think that is another indicator that there have been changes made in order to respond to those neighborhood concerns about having an appropriate transition to the other properties surrounding this site. On traffic management, this is a really important one. As I mentioned earlier, I think we all know 75th can get quite backed up and quite congested during rush hour, but knowing that a traffic study and counts were conducted, and they're based on the assumption of, my read is basically a full build out, like 100 residential units plus commercial plus a daycare component plus the church component, and even all of that being considered, it's still within those acceptable limits for traffic, not only on the front facing streets but on the lane side as well. That also gives comfort that that this isn't going to cause undue traffic pressure within the wider area. So thank you for that. What else? Also appreciated the commitment to continue to engage with the community. I think that's so critical as you iron out some of those further details around what types of uses could best fill this space that would serve the wider community, and who those residential components will be focused on. We heard a seniors focus today, and it's great that that's emerged through the engagement process. And as you continue to refine, I know that there are lots of folks in the surrounding area who would want to be part of that and ensure that it's a collaborative effort. Let me just see if I'm missing anything. I think that about covers it, but again, want to express my optimism about the future of this site. Thank you so much for bringing forward this vision, and I look forward to continuing to watch things progress and hopefully be involved in those ongoing conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Which one?
Yeah, Mayor.
This is speakers on those. There are no speakers on those,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Which ones are you speaking of?
They were
There are
talking
some-
about the one we were talking about earlier on.
Yeah, so there's another one.
Yeah, there's
just-
speakers on those, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, but there's another one.
yeah.
I believe that was 3.43 and 3.44. I will just consult the updated speakers list, and if there are no speakers, you may wish to bring that forward and deal with that item. It might just free up a few of our colleagues behind us.
So that is 343-344?
Correct. I have, just based on the schedule right now, I do have two people that are registered to answer questions only, Doug Davis and Holly Mickelson. But other than that, we have no one in opposition, and I'll turn it over to yourself.
Let me see, just hold on, okay, got it, 343-344. I will just, can I check with them first, before we bring them forward? Whether they're
Who would you like me to check with?
Doug Davies and Holly Mickelson.
They're just
still
to answer questions
just
only.
still to answer questions only? Okay, good, okay, we'll bring forward.
Yeah, I'll move to bring items 3.43 and 3.44 forward.
Okay, please, second it?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. So we are on to item 3433.44, Heritage Valley Town Center, Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, Heritage Valley Town Center. Does anyone need a presentation from administration?
Can you
No.
just could you give us 2 minutes just to chat amongst ourselves?
Okay. Okay, we will. Don't worry, we will. Okay. Okay. Eileen, what do you need to discuss?
I would like to turn around and talk to my colleagues, but I don't want to put my back to you without telling you why.
Go ahead,
Give me 2
please.
seconds.
Yeah. I know.
We don't have questions.
That's why I tried to get on the board, is to speak to all of this.
Okay, the delegation is here in case you'd like to hear a presentation.
No, nobody needs a presentation, so that is good. And I'll go from council members. Are there any questions to folks in favor? No, I don't see any questions. No one in opposition. Can someone move to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Okay, need a seconder.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Just waiting on one vote. Just still waiting for a vote. We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move then.
First reading?
First reading, thank you.
Need a seconder?
Second.
We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? No, please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
I move second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So our next item will be 311, then 312 and 3, then 314, then 317, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, and 323, 324, 325, 326, 327, 330, 331, 332, 335, 336. Yeah, that's the order we will follow. Okay. Well, I don't know how much time next one is going to take, right? So maybe after lunch, we will have a good sense. Okay, or a little bit better sense. 311. Okay, we are on to bylaw 21180 to allow for medium scale housing in Newton. Is there a presentation from administration?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is.
Okay,
We'll
please.
just switch out staff here and we'll get going.
Okay.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Newton neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the medium-scale residential zone, or RM, with a height of 16 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located on a corner bound by 52nd Street and 122nd Avenue, two local roads. It is surrounded by small-scale residential land zoned RS. Bus service is available in close proximity on 54th Street, 123rd Avenue, and 50th Street. Next slide, please. With a height of 16 meters, or roughly 4 stories, the RMH16 zone would allow for a low-rise building. The district policy does not support low-rise in this location. As indicated on the slide, the site is not located on an arterial or collector roadway. It is not adjacent to greater scale zoning, and it is not within 400 meters of a mass transit station. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public with a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's website, and a league-hosted community meeting. We heard from 21 people, most of whom were in opposition, and a few with questions. Next slide, please. Administration does not support this application. The site location does not align with the district policy for low-rise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will stop here, and we will come back at 1:30, and we'll go to folks in favor, but I'll confirm if they're here. Aman Danju, are you here to answer questions only? Kanwal Danju?
Yep, I'm here online.
Okay, Abhi Agarwal?
Present, sir.
And in opposition, Melissa Hansen?
I'm here, Mayor.
Sonia Soban? Les Peterson? Okay, we will be coming back to this item after lunch at 1:30. Thank you. Until then, we are on recess. call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson. Here you are.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette is unable to join us. Councillor Tank, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel, and Councillor Rice is unable to join as well, and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right, we had a presentation from administration on item 3.11, and now we have folks in favor. Aman Dhanju is to answer questions only. Kanwal Dhanju, you go ahead. You are here joining us remotely, and Avi Agarwal. Please go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. My name is Abhi, and I'm an applicant for this rezoning application at 5108 122 Avenue. Everybody can listen me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
Thank you. So I'm here today to respectfully request council's support for this application, which aligns with both Edmonton's long-term growth vision and the principles outlining the city plan. The major rezoning for this lot, we came up with, there were two major reasons. Number one is size of the lot and the location of the lot. The size of this lot is about 0.26 acre. We purchased two lots together, and we have a plan to consolidate together. The reason being, by making two lots together, we can do the better planning for the better parking, better landscaping, and more area for our neighbors, better parking, landscaping, and better planning. The location of this lot is the corner lot, which is aligning with the 122 Avenue corridor, and 122 Avenue is adjoining with the three major parks. One is Newton Park, Bacon Park, and Jacob Picnic Park. It's just minutes from the Yellowhead Trail, about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes from the Yellowhead Trail. Wayne Gatesky is on the east side of the lot, and the 50th Street, which is Major Street, that is aligning on the maybe 3 minutes from the lot. Major ETS stations are nearby. I mean, the ETS transit route is nearby, and city plan, which encourages increased residential density in nodes to the corridors and promoting the housing diversity to support the sustainable growth. This rezoning supports the Edmonton's goal of accommodating more residents in already serviced area, reducing the pressure for suburban expansion. And we are committed to thoughtful development that respect the neighborhood context while addressing the city's urgent need for housing options, especially near transit routes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see if Kanwal Dhanju is joining us.
Yes, please. Yes.
You go ahead.
Thank you, Council. Thank you very much for just giving me time to speak. I will speak few words. Actually, we just consolidated two lots in this area, and it's a corner lot. One is corner, and the second is adjoining one, having sufficient area for all the amenities. And the second part is this neighborhood has, I don't think so, any such kind of, we can say that low-rise apartment for the renting purposes, affordable renting. And this project is going to be, we can say that one of the, we can say that it will just help out for the affordable renting for the people who are looking for that. And I am expecting the support from the council to go ahead with that one. And thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now let's see if there are questions from council members. Council Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for taking the time to speak today. I'll go to Speaker Agrawal first. Yeah, you mentioned city plan and sort of the long-term goals around increasing density, particularly in nodes and corridors. But this site isn't within one of those nodes or corridors. So I'm wondering, your thoughts on that piece and just the context of this site, interior to a neighborhood?
Yes, sure. So major street, which is 50th Street, on the east side of the lot, which is like 5-minute drive, 5-minute walk, even I'll say not drive, 5-minute walk from this site. Wayne Gatesky Drive, that is again on the west side. It's about 10-minute drive from here. A Yellowhead Trail, which is a major road, that is 5-minute drive from this site. If you check out the original Newton area, there are not so many apartments, so there are not so many rental units at this time, and there is a huge demand for the rental units in this area.
Okay, and thank you for your thoughts there. I guess still, and I can ask this question of administration, but recognizing that we have not only the city plan, but our district plans that outline where those nodes and corridors exactly are located, and where we'd expect to see support for higher density development, and that this isn't actually within one of those defined areas.
Yes, I'm aware with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and maybe a second question would be, knowing that its city administration is coming with a recommendation of non-support, did you consider other options or just opportunities within the RS zone?
Not at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and
sure.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to folks in opposition. I will call your name. So Melissa Hansen, Newton Community League, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Sonia Sobon in person. Please come down to the side here. And Les Patterson in person or remote. Les, you're on. Please grab a seat on this side here. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And then council members may have questions to you after that. So we will start with Melissa Hansen.
Thank you. Can I ask that my presentation be brought up, please?
Yep, absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council, for an opportunity to speak today, both on behalf of myself as an adjacent resident to the property, as well as on behalf of the Newton Community League. Next slide, please. Just a quick executive summary of what we plan to address today in our presentation is that, number one, we as a league and as an area are not opposed to all infill development. We understand the positive implications and the necessity of infill when infill is managed responsibly and within city policies. Number two, that the league, as well as adjacent residents and those within the radius, that LDA 250021 does not align with city policies, and therefore the application would not align with the responsible infill that we are looking for as a community. The neighborhood is strongly opposed to the rezoning applications and will provide today their justification summarized in primary, secondary, and tertiary reasonings. Next slide, please. In terms of reasonable infill, we understand as a community that it does support social renewal, that it provides housing options for aging populations, which Newton does have. It promotes cost-effective growth for us as a city, and it does enhance resource viability. We understand and we do want to see infill within our neighborhood, but within reasonable parameters. We don't feel that this application aligns with those reasonable parameters, and it certainly does not align with the existing policies that have been outlined by the city. Next slide, please. To reiterate, the primary driver of our opposition is misalignment with city policy. The proposed rezoning does not align with the City of Edmonton's district policy and frameworks. Notably, it is not located within a node or corridor. It does not comply with the district policy location requirements that support low-rise development. It does not meet the criteria established in the district policy for consideration of additional scale. And proceeding with rezoning that is inconsistent with these policies really undermines the integrity of the city plans that have been developed democratically. Next slide, please. Some of the secondary drivers, notably, is that the developers have claimed that they have engaged the community as well as residents. These claims are inaccurate. Neither neighbors or the community lead have been engaged by the developer. Next, the commercial use provisions that would be permitted under this rezoning allow for ground level commercial uses in primarily predominantly residential setting. And lastly, there are more appropriate alternatives that exist to build this kind of structure. Notably, along 54th Street, which is a major corridor through Newton, there is a long-term vacant lot that is already zoned RMH16. Next slide, please. Tertiary drivers that were identified by the community as well as the league were understanding the local impacts on infrastructure and livability, the magnitude that an RMH16 building would permit does have impacts to the neighborhood, including potential risks to structures that are immediately adjacent to them. It's incompatible with the surrounding context. There are no two-story houses or any sort of apartment buildings within a 4-block radius of that proposed redevelopment. It is all bungalows. Next slide, please. Additional tertiary drivers, including waste management and maintenance concerns. So the developers currently do have a house on that location, which is becoming derelict since it's been put in their possession. We also just want to make sure that, waste management is addressed, and then parking and, of course, traffic capacity. Next slide, please. The neighborhood has identified what would have to be true in order for them to support development of RMH16 or a rezoning. Notably, what I'd like to call your attention to here is that we want active developers that know the community, that have engaged with the community, that understand how the district policy works. We'd want investment from the city to understand what the post-infill impacts are on communities and infrastructure. Those are what would have to be truths. And then finally, in conclusion, last slide. We strongly oppose, both as a league and as residents of this community. We are all long-term residents that have lived around this property. We want our neighborhood to support the growth of Edmonton while still remaining the integrity of the neighborhood. And so we strongly request that you support what administration has put forward and go no support on this application. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we go to Sonia Savant.
Good afternoon. As a property owner in Newton who resides within 120 meters of the location identified in this application, I oppose this bylaw for a number of reasons. First and foremost, as outlined in administration's comprehensive planning report, it does not meet the criteria established by City Council to change the existing zone to a medium-scale residential zone. The location is a corner lot, but it is flanked on all sides by one-story bungalows situated along narrow local residential roads. It does not face a collector or arterial roadway. It is not in or within 100 meters of a node or corridor area, nor is it within 400 meters of a mass transit station. It is not compatible with the surrounding residential area. If this bylaw was to be approved, any development of this scale would be completely out of character with the rest of the community. Any development of this scale would strain existing sewer infrastructure and narrow local roadways and alleys, shadow yards of adjacent properties, increase noise and traffic, reduce community home property values, and covering over the existing green space would reduce drainage capacity and exacerbate stormwater problems. Newton Community was developed and expanded based on an international award-winning urban village model that was neither designed or engineered for 4-story or higher apartments to be built within its boundaries, only along its periphery. In response to the argument this type of development would offer more affordable housing, well-built affordable houses already exist in Newton. Passing this bylaw would not increase affordable housing in Newton. It would only increase a developer's profit margin and the city's property tax revenue. But this would negatively impact residents by damaging the look and feel of their community and reducing their home property values. When the zoning bylaw changes were first proposed, councillors told property owners in mature neighborhoods that we needed to calm down because all infill in mature neighborhoods would be just gentle densification. Well, this bylaw is not an example of gentle densification. If this bylaw is passed, you'll be demonstrating to Newton property owners and property owners citywide that councillors actually meant the opposite of gentle densification, even though that is what we were promised. As civic leaders, you have a multitude of options at your fingertips to achieve densification without damaging yet another mature neighborhood by reducing quality of life for its residents. You can make it easier for the conversion of Edmonton's downtown office towers for long-term rental, accelerate the development of the exhibition lands and Coliseum land, incentivize developers to more quickly build that promised carbon-neutral community on 500-plus acres at Blatchford, make it easier for the development of unused parking lots, shopping center areas, and semi-industrial sites, and further restrict short-term home rentals. It takes years of work by caring residents to develop a community, and one bad decision, like passing the bylaw before you, to irreparably harm a community. We voted you into office to make decisions that would support and protect us and our property, not to make decisions that would harm us, our families, and communities by reducing quality of life and creating financial hardship. Over the years, property taxes from mature neighborhoods have helped to pay for much of the city's suburban expansion. And now it appears that we're on a path to destroy that goose that laid those golden eggs. I've come to agree with a statement. We used to live in a society, but now we live in an economy. It's my sincere hope City Council will begin to make decisions that will return residents to living in a society where people's quality of life actually matters, and not making decisions based only on generating revenue. When you think about how to vote regarding this bylaw, think about the growing demographics of seniors who want to age in place, those of us who have invested years of time and energy in building and establishing our homes and communities. Think about us and the impact your decision will have on our lives and our homes, and not just about the financial gain. Administration does not support this bylaw. The Newton Community League does not support this bylaw. Property owners who would be directly impacted do not support this bylaw, and the criteria passed by you councillors does not support this bylaw. It's my sincere hope you all have the wisdom and insight to see the long-term, irreparable harm passing this bylaw would create in Newton, and you will reject this bylaw by voting no. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Les Pedersen. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I like what the lady beside me had said about our community. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. I've lived there for probably 42, 43 years. My kids went to school in that area. They grew up in that area. And it's always been a quiet and safe neighborhood to live in. I'm against seeing an apartment block going up, and I understand it could go as high as 3 to 4 stories. I live in 12215 52nd Street, so I'm the third lot up from where the 2 lots that we are talking about. And if you build an apartment block in there and it goes that high, it's just going to shade my whole area in. I've got a nice place. I've worked hard on it for years, making it a nice, comfortable home. And right now there are some people living in the house that's going to be destroyed when this complex is built or whatever they do. And I think it's a bunch of possibly homeless children that are being in there. And right now it is just one heck of a mess. There's garbage all over the back alley. They've got a tree out front full of crab apples or apples. They're all over the street. And I hate to say this, but even the kids that are there, one of them's going to get run over sometime because they're not looked after. They're up and down the street riding their tricycles or bikes just right down the middle of the street. They don't care about anything. Further over on 54th Street and 121st Avenue, there is a 2-story apartment block there on the corner. And I came by this morning on my way here, and it's just a mess. The garbage is running all over. It's all over the back alley. I don't want to see that on my back alley. The other thing is that could increase crime. I don't want to see that. We've had drug people there, and they're no longer around that we know of, so we don't want that. We don't want more traffic, as Most residents have 2 automobiles that are in there. There's going to be more noise. Some other people in that district with large corner lots have been approached to see if they would sell by the people that are going to be putting up this structure. What will happen to our property taxes, the sewer and water line upgrades to accommodate such a building? Let's see, well, I had one more thing here. No, I guess that's about all. It's just, I don't want to see our neighborhood destroyed, you know, by putting an apartment block in there. We don't need it. There's lots of places where other buildings like that can be put up in the city of Edmonton. If you go over to 50th Street and about 124th Avenue, there's a whole vacant area in there. There's nothing in there at all. Why doesn't people take that and develop those type of areas? And that's the main traffic throughway area. So the other thing also that I couldn't see, now I see it, is the fact that there's no area for parking at all. So that means we're going to be cluttered in that particular part of our neighborhood with cars. And I don't want to see that either. And I know they're going to be parking in front of my place because I'm that close to it. So, and I just hate to see, you know, all the years I've put into this place and built it up to be a nice, respectable house and yard be destroyed, because that's what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go to questions from council members now, so we'll stay there, please. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start by thanking all the speakers who took the time to be here, but I also know that you've waited around for quite a while. And I'm looking at you, Les. I know you've been in person in chambers for several days, and this has spanned over several weeks. So thank you for making your voices heard. To be very honest, I don't have a ton of questions because I think you reiterated a lot of the points that have been made by our city staff in their report, and have just underscored why this particular application is not necessarily aligned with city policy and doesn't meet some of the criteria that we'd expect to see for higher density development in a location like this. So I'm inclined to agree with everything that our speakers have said today, but again, thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for your commitment to community as well. I know a number of you were out at the Newton Community League meeting to make your voices heard there, so thank you for continuing to do so.
May I add one more thing? I did a walk around in our neighborhood. I went to 67 places and got a petition. I think there's a copy of that here now. 67 voted to stop this, or wished to see it stopped, and there was 24 people not at home, so there was 91 places that I stopped to look at, and there was only one person that said yes, and that was an elderly lady that was in somewhere in her 90s. Still lives at home, looks after her own house, and she said, I'm not going to get into this kind of an argument with anybody. So she was the only one that didn't sign. Everybody else is in favor of not having this go through. Again, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you adding that context, and I know you brought that in a physical copy that we were able to get to the city clerk at the last time we were in chambers, so thank you so much for adding that additional piece. Maybe just one question, Les. You did mention that there are some issues with the existing property, and it might be in not the best state, a bit of a derelict state, and there might be some social issues that are happening on site. Just wanted to get it on the record. Happy to chat with you after this meeting to ensure that we can make sure things are functioning as they should on that site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. No more questions. So that concludes the questions to folks in opposition. Now we'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, don't have too many questions. I agree with administration's recommendation based on everything we've heard so far. So just to reiterate, this application is not in a NOTR corridor.
It is not.
Doesn't meet expectations around the criteria for additional scale or density.
Does not.
Maybe just a question around things like sewer capacity and infrastructure. For everyone's understanding, anytime an application comes forward, that assessment is done though, right? Just to make sure that.
Councillor, the assessment was done. Area does not have any issues with sewer capacity.
Yeah, but regardless of whether or not it can withstand that capacity, still not aligned with the policies that we have in place. So no, I'm ready to speak to this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to folks in favor, in opposition, or to city staff on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing.
I'll move closure.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Did the vote send?
The vote went out to everybody.
Has everyone
Yep.
voted?
Yes, everybody's voted. Thank you so much.
Display the votes, please. Okay, the public hearing is closed. Now, will someone move the first reading, please? That has to be on the floor in order to vote on it.
Yeah, I'm going to move first.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford moved first reading, Councillor Jans seconded. Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Councillor Salvador to speak.
Yeah, thank you. So really appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation today about this rezoning. And, oh, is everything okay? Sorry. No problem, no problem. So yes, appreciate the dialogue today, and agree with administration's recommendation of non-support. Agree with all the speakers who came out today to voice their opposition as well. Again, just to reiterate, this is not aligned with our city policy. It's not within a NOTR corridor, and a project of this scale would not be compatible with the surrounding adjacent properties. I would encourage the applicant, and I should say I appreciate the applicant trying to come forward to spur some redevelopment in this area, but would encourage them to look at some of the opportunities that are available in the existing zoning under the RS, which would be more appropriate in terms of the size, scale, and density that we'd expect to see in an area like this. At the end of the day, we need to be making decisions that are in alignment with our guiding city policies and district plans, and in this case, there's clearly a misalignment. I think it helps to build community trust and confidence in our process when we're making decisions that are aligned with our policies. So I would encourage my colleagues to not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Soki. Yeah, I also won't support it. So, and the reason I just wanted to go on, other than to echo Councillor Salvador's comments, which I agree with 100% on that, just a few things. I mean, it's very rare for non-support applications to even make it this far. I know administration will often highlight that to applicants, and I think we do just need to remind applicants that there's a reason why administration will recommend non-support. And I think when folks still come forward with those applications, it creates a lot of unnecessary challenges with the residents who feel like they're there's sometimes these questions that come up and say, well, why is this here in the first place? Well, an applicant has a legal right to come forward no matter what to make an application, even if it has non-support. But when it so clearly goes against our planning guidelines, I think it just creates a lot of unnecessary tension for the folks that live in those communities. So just a reminder, I think, even to those who are trying to help us build our city and address a lot of needs that we have in our mature neighborhoods, that when it's clearly outside of the alignment of the district policy in such a large way, it maybe isn't the greatest use of everyone's time to have to go through this exercise. So I won't support this. I think the district policies are quite clear. They were thoughtfully designed. I think there's really good locations where we can focus on higher density. This is not one of those locations, so I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, same thing. I think we have a very orderly plan and city plan, and while I support some refinements and changes to district plans, I think we're very clear around nodes and corridors, and this definitely is incongruent with that. I just wanted to, a couple of comments were shared today by speakers, and I think we've heard them a few times, and I think it's worth kind of clarifying on the record. At full build-out, Blatchford is going to house 30,000 people, which is a lot. But when you remember that Edmonton has grown 150,000 people in the last 3 years, that means we would need 5 or 6 Blatchfords just to meet the growth of the last 3 years. So this whole idea that we can just, we don't need to build here, we can put everyone on Blatchford is a myth. Same thing with the West 240, the land over by the U of A, west of the U of A farm, between Grandview and Lansdowne. There's a new area structure plan for that area. Again, though, at full build-out, that's going to be 7,000 people. Again, we cannot solve the housing crisis alone with just the Blatchford or the West 240. Just in this meeting last week at August 18th, we were creative and we approved a rezoning for an old Lowe's in Rona, a giant empty department store on a giant parking lot that is now going to become an apartment and new homes. That's creative, that's exciting. Just earlier this meeting, we approved new seniors housing near Stadium Station. And earlier today, we just approved new housing on an old church site. We are going to be creative. We are going to keep doing this. These creative reuses, these adaptive reuses, don't get the same attention right now in the media. Nobody is talking about these other creative projects going forward. And I'm digressing from this specific instance here, but I think we really need to put that on the record here, that we are facing such enormous population growth. We're facing so many challenges as a city. We absolutely need density. We absolutely need infill, but this one right here is not it. This one is, I think it's not infill at all costs. It's not density at all costs. This is not the right place for it. But also, we can't keep lying to ourselves. This kind of like, we're just gonna build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. It's rhetoric that's a lie, and we have to call it out. So, and not saying the speaker said that today. I'm talking about other folks that just keep orbiting these days. So I'm not going to support this. And my I wonder here was that if administration, when these come forward, if there's some other checkpoint that we could have set in to tell an applicant, like, are you really sure about that? We all, like, the council is virtually 100% goals against average. If admin is saying do not do this, I can think of one time in 4 years when we said actually we think it's worth giving a different consideration, and that was when admin was even saying like we're okay with. But yeah. So anyhow, I digress. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes?
You want to speak? Close?
No, I have nothing further to add.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for one. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. All right. We are going to carry on with our next item, bylaw 312, 313, to be dealt together. To amend the Marquee Neighborhood Structure Plan and to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing and small scale parks and amenities. All right. We have a couple of people in opposition as well, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
So sorry as I situate myself. Good afternoon. The application proposes a rezoning in the southern part of the Marquee neighborhood to shift land uses, relocate open space, introduce additional medium-scale residential, and accommodate a shared-use path along a pipeline corridor. The application includes an amendment to the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Protection Overlay, or the RVO, to reflect updated technical review and analysis. Lastly, an amendment to the Marquee Neighborhood Structure Plan, or NSP, is proposed to align with the proposed rezoning. Administration reached out to Edmontonians, but no responses were received. Next slide, please. The amendment to the Marquee NSP includes a shift in the Pocket Park location, provides a view corridor into the Horse Hills Creek, and creates a functional expansion of the park space due to integration with the pipeline corridor. With the proposed changes, the number of residential units to the neighborhood remains relatively stable, and there is no change in the existing densities in the NSP. Next slide, please. Key changes with this application include the introduction of the RMH16 and RSMH14 zones to the site, also the reduction in the RSMH12 zone, and a reconfiguration of PSN, and natural area zoned lands to reflect the Pocket Park relocation and updated technical information. In addition, the proposed RVO amendment would see the overlay amended to match the proposed A zoning and reflect the updated geotechnical information. Next slide, please. The transportation network was amended to facilitate all modes of travel and provide strong connectivity through the neighborhood. It includes additional walkway connections to Meridian Street and to the Topabec Pathway, a new shared pathway within the pipeline corridor, and a bike route along portions of the impacted collector and local roads. Next slide, please. The rezoning and NSP amendment align with both the district plan and area structure plan. The amendment to the Marquee NSP maintains the current overall net density of 39 units per net residential hectare in the overall neighborhood and aligns with these objectives. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it allows for continued development of the neighborhood, is compatible with planned land uses, and functionally expands the planned open space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, are there any questions to Holly Mickelson? No, we'll go to folks in opposition. Liban Hassan joining remotely. And Ali Viknache. Ali Viknache. Liban Hassan. Nope. Any questions to administration? Any questions to administration? There's no new information. We're ready to close the public hearing on this? Can someone move to close the public? Councillor Jans?
Second.
Okay, please vote to close the public hearing. I think Councillor Stevenson stepped out. Yeah. Display the votes, please.
She won't hear me then. Councillor Principe? Did you mark her absent? Councillor Principe, are you still in the meeting? We'll show Councillor Principe as absent, and we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote for, oh, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone wants to speak? Okay, no, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote for the second reading. You can,
I'm a yes.
it's okay. Okay, all right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Third reading.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
We have all the votes.
Display the, here you guys carried.
I'll move third and final reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next one is 3.14, bylaw 21229, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, McKernan. Postponed from June 30th, 2025, City Council public hearing. There are a number of speakers in opposition as well, so we will go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the McKernan neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the small to medium-scale transition residential zone with a maximum height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located at the corner of 72nd Avenue and 113th Street. The site is well served by multiple active travel options, including a district connector bike route along 112th Street, bike routes along 114th Street and 71st Avenue, and bus service along 114th Street. The McKernan-Belgravia LRT station is approximately 550 meters walking distance from the site. Next slide, please. A permit for 7 dwellings was issued in June 2024 under the current RS zone, and construction is underway. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard from 13 people. 5 respondents were neutral or had questions only, and 8 respondents were in opposition and shared a variety of concerns. These included that ongoing construction is not following the rules, that inspection and enforcement efforts are not adequate, and that the applicants should be held to their intent if the rezoning is approved. Next slide, please. The RSM H12 zone overall allows for a larger building. There would be an increase in maximum height from 10.5 to 12, and an increase in the maximum site coverage from 45 to 60%. In addition, the RSM zone does not have a maximum number of dwellings. Next slide, please. The site is located within the 114th Street secondary corridor in the Scona District. This secondary corridors support low-rise development throughout. The proposed RSM H12 zone is appropriate at this location. Next slide, please. The following visual shows how this secondary corridor could redevelop over time. Here is the corridor prior to redevelopment and the location of the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station. Next slide, please. Here's the extent of the corridor and other corridors in the area, shown in yellow. Secondary corridors permit low-rise, roughly 4 stories, throughout, and mid-rise development, 5 to 8 stories, along collector and arterial roadways. Next slide, please. Here is the proposed RSM H12 zone in blue, and another approved RSM H12 site in white. Next slide, please. And here's how the corridor could build out over time, with a mid-rise building at 6 stories. Next slide, please. And a 4-story building. Together, these slides demonstrate how the secondary corridor could redevelop over time, incorporating a variety of zones for demonstrated purposes. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It is aligned with the direction in the Scona District Plan and District Policy, and it is compatible in scale with the surrounding land uses. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll go to William Yin, Ever for Studio Limited, in person. You have a presentation or just questions only? Please come down then. You want to sit down or you want to stand there? Okay. Go ahead, please.
2 seconds.
Good. Hold on. Just hold.
East, west, it's north, south. Let's try this.
Good. Okay, yeah, thanks. Good afternoon. It's William Yin and represent Arrow 4. Next slide, please. This is the aerial photo for the site right now, and it's pretty similar to the city admin's photograph. And as you can see, it's on the corner, and it's 72 Avenue and 113th Street. And on the left, two lot away, there the other one built already, and City Council approved that one on June 30 this year. And as you can see, this is a quite high exposed corner lot, and we already built a fourplex there. Next slide, please. This is the house right now. I think three weeks ago, something. Right now, it's almost done, both interior and exterior. The reason we are looking for the rezoning is two. The first one is we looking for additional secondary suite at the basement. Right now, city. Go next slide, please. Okay, city approved this developer. It's 4 units up and 3 units down. Since the lot size is not good for additional units, so our client is prefer to get rezoning and have one more secondary suite at basement to develop. And the second reason is right now you can see the back. We have 4 parking lots there. Since the RS zoning don't support the additional garage, Airfall would like to build a garage there, then we have to rezone it and put more site coverage there. Next slide, please. This is the basement plan. As you can see, we have 3 secondary suites already developed, and the last one is on the corner, on the upper right corner. That one, if approved, we're gonna do another secondary suite. Again, that's the total purpose for this rezoning. As you can see, all the building is built there, and we are not going to do more additional things, and it's pretty set up and no uncertainty. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Knack?
Sure, thanks, Mayor Sohi. So just, I want to make sure it's simple for me. So what I'm understanding is that right now, it's essentially an almost completed building. I've passed by it recently,
Yes.
so I've seen that. You want to be able to add one suite that currently isn't permitted under the current zoning, but you have space for it based off how you've built that.
That's correct.
And the other piece is to add a garage at the back.
Yes, that's right.
So I want to double check. Actually, maybe I need to check with Ms. Inkman first. A question that I feel like I want to ask, because I think in the report it talks about construction in contravention of the permit, or like this is a retroactive, something isn't in compliance and we're looking to bring this into compliance. Can I ask about that? Is that a relevant land use consideration? It's been raised in the report.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, Councillor, is just where we're at now and what they're looking to do and what isn't in compliance. I think that's fair in this circumstance. Yeah.
Okay. So can I ask then, is there something that currently isn't in compliance that this application would then bring you into compliance on?
Councillor Knack, I'm just a consultant. I'm not the Everflow employee. I can take it back to my client and see any compliance there.
Okay.
I'm not sure for now, yeah.
Okay, that'll probably be a question I can ask of administration. They might have the answer at the appropriate time. So I'll ask about that then. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Yeah, I was just looking for a little bit more clarity too on you're not adding a floor on or anything like that.
No,
Okay, so
not
it is
possible.
basement. And then I think in your presentation, it showed like the number of entrances. You've got a couple in the presentation. So I think you've got 2 that was showing on the right-hand side. Is that out onto the, like on the corner lot? Like it's not facing into another property, is it? I was just looking. I was looking at the stairs.
Okay.
I'm wondering, could the clerk?
Can we bring the layout, the green one? We don't have.
Yeah. So this one. So you.
Which one you're talking about?
So the stairways on the right, are those leading down to basement suites?
Down on the right?
Yeah.
Oh, that one? That's just the window well.
Oh.
You mean on the right, those 2 little dots, right?
With the little hash marks. Those aren't stairs?
Those are window well, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm totally looking at, I thought those were stairs. Those, yeah. Oh, okay. So at the top and the bottom.
Yes, both entries are on the top and bottom. Yeah, those are entry. Yeah.
Okay, those are
stairs.
entries.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's facing out onto the street. It's not facing onto another property.
No,
I'm just
only front and the back.
Okay, and the garage that you're looking at putting in, is that in there now, or you're looking to put it in?
I'm looking for that.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's the extra building that's being put on. Okay, there's also been, I think, in the report, some concerns noted by, with the feedback about ongoing construction. Have you maintained the site according to the requirements?
Again, I'm not too sure, but I do been there a few times this week. The site is clean.
This week? but
This
not
week,
during
yeah.
the whole construction? Okay, maybe I'll check with admin then. Okay, thank you. That is
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to kind of clarify that, it's not so much the addition of the basement, but in your picture, your garage, you have planned for garage, but it's still vacant right now because you need this rezoning for that garage because of the site coverage issue. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. The current RS zoning is only allowed 45%. We are looking for the 60% site coverage.
60%. So that additional 15% would really be for the garage piece then?
Yes, that's right.
So you could finish that 4th basement suite though, the secondary suite?
Yes, we
Like
have
you could just-
additional one, yeah.
Sorry?
We already have 3 basement secondary suite. We are looking for one more additional one in the basement.
Right, but I'm saying you could, I mean, you could complete that without the rezoning, but if the rezoning is really for that additional 15% coverage with the garage suite.
Yes,
correct?
that's right, Catherine Tang, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Just wanted to clarify what the decision is here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So just need a clarification. Is it a garage or garage suite?
Just garage.
Just a garage,
Yeah,
okay.
one single story garage.
So if this is close to the LRT and you already have 3 garages, right? How many?
I don't have a full parking lot at the back right now. I'm planning to put a 4-car garage at the back.
Okay. So isn't that kind of goes against the conversation around affordability, around having another garage is going to add more to the cost? This is close to the LRT, close to active modes of transportation. Why would you want to build a garage?
According to my client, he built a lot of those kind of building there, and some of them do looking for the garage. If there is no garage, they will parking on the street, which will make the local traffic even worse. And if they have, it doesn't matter front or back. If it's all open area, it's no garage, they prefer just parking on the street in the front. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Got it. And the current zoning, your client started building once the zoning regulations were passed under RS, or was this rezoned from a different zone to an
This is always RS zoning and looking for RS.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. I will take the chair back.
Chair return.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us. Next, we will go to members of the public signed in opposition. Rob Kearns, joining remotely.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Sabina Crashy on behalf of Rhonda Bell in person.
Yes, hello, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Oh, you're remote, okay.
Yes, I'm remote.
Okay, thank you. Heather Faniak in person or remote? Heather Faniak.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, you're in remote as well? Okay.
I am, thank you.
Thank you. And John Soltis, remote?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay.
Thank you.
And Mayor Sohi, just to be clear, we have just received a new request to speak. They're in opposition. The team upstairs is just providing them the details. It looks like it's Alistair Illich, and so we are just going to be, we're going to get the invite to them, so we'll just add that name to the list. Sorry for the interruption.
Alistair Illich, are you there?
Not yet. It's.
Oh, you're figuring it out. Okay, we'll add to the name.
Thank you.
Okay, add to the list. Sorry. Okay, we'll start with Rob Kearns. Please go ahead.
Okay. So the current multi-unit development on this site is in violation of the zoning bylaw, and rezoning will not resolve the violation. So I'm going to talk about lodging houses. Lodging houses have been appearing in mature neighborhoods recently. They're defined as a building where 4 or more unrelated people are living at the same site, sharing some kitchen and living areas. It's common to see rentals posted where each bedroom has a separate bathroom and is locked off with an electronic key fob from a shared kitchen and living area. City admin has informed me that the current development is 7 units, 22 bedrooms, and 23 bathrooms. This arrangement is a telltale sign of a lodging house. And I think the plan that you just saw on the screen demonstrates that. So what is the violation? The zoning bylaw places a limit of 8 lodging house bedrooms per site in the RS and RSM zones. The limitation is per site, so breaking this into a 7 or 8-plex doesn't get around this restriction. Also, Canadian building and fire codes require additional fire separation and suppression measures for lodging houses. The developer has not applied for a lodging house development permit, so city inspectors are not enforcing these requirements. Finally, lodging houses require building permits from the city. As the city can't grant a building permit for more than 8 bedrooms, the owner likely won't be applying for one. Hence, the city will not be performing the required health and safety inspections. I'm asking for 4 things. Reject the rezoning. The property being in violation should be reason enough. Number 2, take appropriate steps to prevent this property from being used as a lodging house. Number 3, direct city admin to stop approving development permits that appear to be for lodging houses with more than 8 bedrooms. And number 4, ask city admin to re-review all development permits issued since the new zoning bylaw for all 6, 7, and 8 plexes, and take steps to prevent these buildings from being used as lodging houses. Thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, we go to Sabina Crashy.
Okay, I'm here and I'm going to speak today on behalf of Rhonda Bell, who lives in McKernan. So her main message is that the City of Edmonton should not approve a zoning change from RS to RSM. And now I'm going to read what she wrote to be said today. Number 1, this developer seems to be intentionally gaming the zoning system by requesting a switch to RSM zoning after the building has largely been constructed. Everfor has a track record of gaming the City of Edmonton zoning system in McKernan by making repeated requests for rezoning from RS to RSM after construction has largely been completed. City staff and contractors confirm that there is a repeating pattern with similar, if not identical, building configurations where Everfor pursues an RS to RSM rezoning midway through the build process. If Everfor knows they need RSM for the type of building configurations they undertake at one site, surely they know they need RSM zoning at their other sites with similar building configurations. I reiterate that it appears that the developer is intentionally gaming the zoning system by requesting a switch to RSM zoning after the building has largely been constructed. Second, given my first point, the developer, Everfor's intent for requesting RSM is unclear. If they have built to RSM standards, they have done so without the correct permits in place. If this is the case, and the developers have built without the correct permits in place, then approving this upzoning request sends a clear message to developers that they can manipulate the city's zoning and development processes and hide the changes from other neighborhood residents. 3, another possible reason for requesting RSM is that Everfor intends to run a lodging house with many more units than the 4 row houses and 4 secondary suites shown on their RS permit. Plans filed with the city show that the building may not yet meet the criteria for a lodging house, but that the space could be easily reconfigured if approved to RSM. Again, it appears the developer is manipulating the zoning system to switch to RSM, knowing full well that they needed it to fulfill their plans to increase the number of units and create a lodging house. Councillor Jantz noted recently that the bylaws or guidelines for lodging houses will not exist until the second quarter of 2026. Upzoning this property and allowing lodging houses to be established without clear guidelines in place is inviting chaos and further weakens the voices of community residents and the city officers who are establishing these guidelines. In summary, I respectfully request, first, that Everfor's request for rezoning of 11304 72nd Avenue from RS to RSM not be approved on the basis that this request is disingenuous to the spirit of and manipulative to the City of Edmonton's zoning bylaws and due diligence processes. If Everfor intended all along to seek an RSM zoning, they should have put that forward from the outset, rather than pretending to build to an RS standard and then pulling a fast one on McKernan residents by switching to RSM after the building was almost complete. If the City of Edmonton is inclined to approve this rezoning, I request that approval be made conditional on acceptable plans that detail the complete building plans that will ultimately be in place. In addition, I request that the City of Edmonton review rezoning practices and processes writ large to determine fair and transparent practices and processes for all citizens and developers. Developers should not be allowed to circumvent processes that are there to ensure we build an environment that meets the needs of all citizens. There's nothing wrong with increasing densification. This is not a NIMBY complaint. We need affordable housing for all. However, it is important that there be an open and fair process for all citizens to be informed about the future of their neighborhoods by having developers respect the rules and processes that are there for a reason. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to your decisions.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Heather Feniak.
I'm here.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, Edmonton City Councilor, City Administration, and members of the public. I'm a long-time McKernan resident. I speak in opposition to the rezoning of 11302 72nd Avenue Northwest. Many Eversource studio builds are taking place in McKernan. It appears to be a company trend, or shall we say pattern, for Eversource Studios to begin construction under the RS zoning and then at some point to apply for increased zoning to RSM. What is the reason for this? It is being seen by many McKernan residents as an insincere ploy on the part of this developer. As well, it indicates a lack of respect being exercised for the process the city has in place. At this time on 113th Street between 74th Avenue and Northwest and 72nd Avenue Northwest, Everforce Studios has 3 developments. One received RSM zoning approval in June, a second is seeking it today, and a third will be brought to a public hearing in September. In each case, the request for RSM zoning comes after the walls and the roofs are constructed and the building closed in. What are their goals in wanting to attain an increased level of zoning at this point? The city planner indicated it was to extend land use from 45 to 60% in order to build a garage. There certainly does not appear to be room for this said garage. Has the city required Everforce Studios to submit a drawing indicating how the garage they propose will fit into this extra allotment of ground space, respecting the required setbacks, the 25% soft landscaping, and the sidewalks? If not, I challenge you to do so. Another possibility why Everforce Studios may apply to change zoning is that they want to increase the number of units. Interestingly, the RS plan posted at the location indicates 7 units, yet the building has 8 doors. Asking forgiveness may be easier than asking permission. Obviously, asking for RSM is the ideal. I want to just expand on that because what I'm hearing from the representative for Everfor is that they want to put in another suite into the basement, another secondary suite. And I have to ask how they have that room and that configuration in place if they were building to RS. I shall go on. All said, my major concern is that the one practical reason Everforce Studios is requesting RSM zoning is to complete this building to the configuration allowing the operation of lodging houses. If they remain under the RS zoning, they would be allowed 7 units, where a total of 8 sleeping areas could function as a lodging house capacity. Under RSM, in this building, all 22 bedrooms they have on plan could function in this way. This essentially changes the intended family-friendly housing to shorter rental with a more transient population. Is this the intent of RSM zoning, or is it to be a transitional form from small to large-scale development? The density of this property with 7 family dwellings under RS zoning would be 122.81 units per hectare. If run as lodging houses under RSM with a minimum of 22 units, which become now sleeping areas, it escalates to 385.96 units per hectare. A density, pardon me, that vastly exceeds even RM zoning. I find it concerning that RSM zoning is being applied for after the building is raised and before the interior is completed. As I understand, this building will never see final inspection for meeting the RS plan if zoned to RSM. Spanning the length of the 2 blocks mentioned, I am a neighbor to 3 Everforth Studio developments and 2 other RSM lots, all but one being corner lots. If these 5 developments all run as lodging houses with 24 units at the maximum allowed capacity of 2 people per unit, there would be 240 added people in a 2-block strip. Is that what is considered gentle densification? In closing, if you council approve the zoning from RS to RSM, you are giving developers a clear message they can mandate the city's zoning bylaw and development process to their advantage and to the detriment of communities.
So sorry that time has expired. Next, we will go to John Soltis.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, honorable council members. I first have to point out that I have to leave at 3, so I may not be able to answer questions, but I'll be back at 4. Okay, I live kitty corner from the applicant's site. And first, I bring good news. Today, I will not be talking about parking or traffic. Okay, I am in opposition to this RSM application. First, while this lot is it is more than 400 meters from the LRT station, I do realize that this lot still meets 2 of their criteria, being a corner site and along a collector. But if that is all that matters, then why are we even here talking about this? If it is so cut and dry, administration can just make the decision for us and we can move on to the next agenda item. I hope that's not the case, so let's consider the following points. Everfor claims they need RSM to allow them enough lot area to build a garage. However, given that the main building is already half built, it is easy to measure that this lot does not have enough remaining space for a garage and stay under the 60% maximum lot coverage and meet all the required setbacks. Has the city checked to see if there is enough space to add a garage? The speaker in favor gave a lightly detailed map. It looks like there's spots to park, but not for a garage, like it would be open parking. If there's not enough space, I politely request this be checked before this application is voted on at a subsequent public hearing. 3, if the intent is to build a garage, then this encourages car ownership, which is in opposition to city's stated goals in the area, such as LRT ridership, bike lane usage, and a walkable city. So Mayor Sohi, I'm glad you pointed this out a few minutes ago. 4, this building is 2/3 done. The windows are in and the roof is on. So why is Everfor applying for RSM now? It has become clear that the intent is to build a lodging house and rent out individual bedrooms. There is an ensuite per bedroom with rental numbers on each bedroom door, with 1 common area per group of bedrooms, as well as interior staircases connecting the lower floor with the upper floor. The presenter didn't present the interior schematics, I believe, for that reason. This changes the RS intended use from family-friendly, affordable housing to short-term rentals, such as a youth hostel or an Airbnb-style arrangement that can be rented out by the day, as one recent Everfor ad on Instagram clearly indicates. Someone even comes in to regularly clean the common areas. Further, this process of applying for RSM after the fact apparently allows them to receive federal funding while at the same time potentially bypassing the RS inspection requirement, which might find that the potential maximum number of occupants would lead to a density exceeding the RS maximum and even the RSM limit. 5, there are many Everfor properties, sometimes under the name of BM properties, in the city following this model, 47 of which are in or around McKernan and Belgravia area. and the majority are mid-block. If this one is approved, although I do admit it is on a corner, it sets a precedent for Everfor and all other developers in the city. Whatever precedent that is it a precedent this council wants to be responsible for setting? What signal do you want to be responsible for sending to the market? 7. Everfor claims that this is great, affordable student housing, but what is being built is not affordable. One Everfor staff at one of their sites quoted $1,100 for a single bedroom. 8, this is a question. On the SLIM maps on the city website, the status of this development is, quote, tech review, more info requested. I'd just like to know what that means. 9, RSM is intended as a transition from RS to RM. But if this lodging house and the many others in line to upzone are allowed to proceed, there will be a spike in resident population, as noted by the speaker before me, which is not of a, quote, gentle transition from RS to RM. Also, the spike in population will be of an Airbnb or youth hostel in nature, which is highly transitory and therefore disruptive, and also takes away supply of housing types that actually are in demand, which is a part of a stable and predictable housing supply going forward. In closing, this is a deliberate and clear violation of the city's process, rules, and regulations. Before considering your decision, please request a full investigation into Everforth's current buildings and developments in any zone or zone under application for rezoning. Seeing this council take action on this spreading issue would go a long way to restoring public trust and easing widespread anxiety about the future of infill in Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Elster Ellis. Illich. Elster Illich. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for making the time for me, and thank you, administration, for fitting me in last minute. I was just planning on listening in rather than participating in this, but I heard the presentation by Mr. Yin, and some of the stuff he said didn't make sense to me based on what I just walked by yesterday and saw at the site. When we were walking by, my wife and I noticed there was a concrete wall that was about 3 or 4 feet wide by maybe 4 or 6 feet tall, and it had and it was separate from the rest of the building, and it was sticking up like it had like 4 big looked like water pipes going up it. It looks like to serve whatever was going to go in the backyard. And so when we saw it, we thought, oh, okay, obviously they're going to build a garage suite or a garden suite with extra suites in it. Of course, the RSM has no suite limit, right? No unit limit. So we thought that was pretty obvious. And we did the math, and on a 600 meter squared lot, 15% extra coverage, which is what they'd be getting, would amount to about 1,000 square meters, or 1,000 square feet, which is the footprint for, quite a few units you could fit in there, right? So we thought, okay, that must be what they're doing. And now Mr. Yin is saying that that's not the plan at all. And I was hopeful he could explain what that structure is that's been put up behind the main structure. And then my next question is, if they do not honor what they state their plan is, if they go bigger and build more units, is there any recourse the city has to make them honor that? I don't think there is anything. I think once the zoning is put through, they have full ability to build to the full scope of that RSM. So I don't think they're being honest with us here. And I also think that this is a situation where they built bigger than they were allowed to and are asking for forgiveness. And I don't think that should be rewarded. And I think it's, yeah, those are my main points. I'd like to hear Mr. Yin explain to me what that low concrete wall in the back that is completely out of place is, what the purpose for that is. Because it has 4 tubes, like blue tubes that look like water pipes running to it that are the same configuration that are running into the main structure, the principal dwelling. So yeah, I hadn't planned on speaking. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? Oh, questions to administration? Okay. Any questions to members of the public? Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate. Now we're going to go to questions to administration. Councillor Jans, you want to
Yes, please.
start?
Yeah. Yeah. So what is going on here? What could administration lay out for me what is going on in terms of what was the property zoned at? What was it rezoned to? What is actually being applied for today? And speak maybe to the process about how are we making sure that what's being approved in zoning is congruent with what's being built or operated.
Councillor Jans, the current zoning is RS. The applicant has an approved development permit for the structure that you see on site. They had went back to development approvals and asked for a variance for site coverage, and they were denied. And so the applicant made an application through our group to change their development rights and have applied for RSM H12, which would give them that additional site coverage.
So the structure that exists on the ground today, does it conform with the RS zone as of July 5th?
It does.
At the moment? It
Yep.
does?
7 dwellings, yes.
Okay, and how about the built form and everything else? Does it conform with the July 5th changes?
It does. It was approved in, I think, April.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you build in the RS zone, I want to get into the lodging houses here. So do you have to sign something that says you are building in the RS zone, you are not going to operate a lodging house?
You do. And the applicant has done that in this situation.
But I'm hearing that there's 22 bedrooms, 23 bathrooms, separate locked rooms, et cetera, being rented out one-to-one. How, that's certainly, if it quacks like a duck.
So nothing is being rented. It hasn't been finished in construction. There are 4 townhomes. There are 3 basement suites. The townhomes each contain the numerous bedrooms. So they can be rented out as individual dwellings.
But that's not a lodging house?
That is not a lodging house. He can have, the applicant can have 7 dwellings on that site. And the tenure, whether they are rented or condominiumized, isn't relevant to us.
So if I have a house, it has 5 bedrooms. My wife and I are upstairs. Can we rent out the 3 in the basement? Individually or as a group?
Yes. So
that's not a lodging house?
That is not a lodging house. So the lodging house has to have shared facilities.
What is the shared facilities?
It includes like a common kitchen space. This is why, so Councillor Jans, that's why the declaration is necessary.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can look at a floor plan and you could say, well, anybody can go in and share this facility, right? And you can look at a floor plan and say, but there's so many bedrooms, who could ever have a family that size? So this is why we look for this very specific declaration to conform with the definitions in the zoning bylaw, to have that commitment from the applicant.
So,
Councillor, just to add on to the lodging house and maybe clarify it, the lodging house is largely operational. It's, as Claire was pointing out, it's very difficult to tell what a large lodging house is on a set of plans. It's really how the unit itself is being rented out, how it's being used, etc. Our definition of lodging house is 4 or more sleeping units within a dwelling that have locked doors and that share facilities. So that cannot be told on a set of development plans. So that's where the operational considerations come into play, and where as the building becomes operational, those complaints, if it is a lodging house, come in and we then go investigate it. If it's found out to be a lodging house, we issue a stop work order, which they then have to decommission the locks, the doors, and whatnot to make it compliant. And then that becomes a different, it becomes in aligned with the approved use.
So does a lodging house require different fire suppression or permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is why there's a stop work order issued, because they're operating not only against their permit, but they're operating in an unsafe condition.
Right. So we do have some lodging houses operating. We have for decades, right? In the Garneau, I'm thinking around the U of A, there have been lodging,
There's lodging houses all over the
yeah,
city.
lodging houses exist by Nate, all over the place. But what I think I've heard today is this, and the fear about this application is that this is a bit of a bait and switch, or there seemed to be an allusion towards a kind of almost a negligence on the part of the regulator to ensure.
Sorry. Time. Okay. Councillor Knack.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So okay, sorry. And so I think, just to make sure, so the site coverage that is currently in place is in compliance with the RS zoning. So there's nothing beyond that right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So they are a fully compliant RS zone. They want to, the applicant, we've heard, suggested that they want to do a garage. That's the reason for this RSM zoning. Otherwise, if nothing were to change, they could have a parking pad at the back that would be in compliance with the RS zoning.
Sorry, if they stayed within their site coverage of 45%, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the current building that's built is 45%?
I actually don't have the plans in front of me, Councillor Knack. I'm not sure if it's 42 or how far over they would need to be in order to make that garage work, sorry.
But we know, and sorry, I should look at missing pin and is making sure that asking about whether they're currently following the rules.
You're okay, Councillor.
Okay, good. So, okay. But if this were changed, there is, and I think the argument you've made is that even if that was the intent, we heard the intent is just to build a garage. But if we approve the zoning, they could also do suites at the back then, right? They could, that would be a viable option for them under that zoning.
They could, yeah. Sorry, it is the garage, but that also Mr. Yim pointed out an 8th bedroom basement suite.
Correct, yeah,
right?
sorry, I'll
so
set
there
that
is an
one.
extra suite.
That's right.
Yep, they could. There's no maximum in RSMH 12.
And the argument being made is that in this location is a location, it's on this corner of Arterial Road, so we would allow typically this level of density. So
H12 would be considered an underdevelopment.
Yeah, we would typically, we just did one with was RM zoning on a corner of some arterial roads. Okay.
Councillor Knack, I'll also just add on June 30th, there is in the omnibus in RSMH 12, one lot over from this mid-block that was approved.
Yes, yeah. No, I think the only reason for me that we're digging in as much as we are is the suggestion that they were not in compliance with the rules, and I don't know how much we can, that's maybe the question I would be asking Ms. Inkpin, is that if they weren't in compliance today, and they were asking, essentially begging for forgiveness versus asking for permission, can I use that when I'm deciding as to whether this is an appropriate land use?
Councillor, I would caution to put too much weight on something like that. I think at the end of the day, you have to remember the question before you is this zone that's being proposed an appropriate land use? I wouldn't use that decision to, for lack of a better phrase, penalize somebody.
There are different ways that penalties would be issued if somebody was trying to, and again, it sounds like from what I'm hearing, they're not in fact asking for permission for something that is outside of the current rules. But even if it was, for the sake of the discussion right now, we have separate ways to address that. There would be additional fines, additional pieces that would allow us to hold them accountable, not through the land use public hearing.
Correct. There's mechanism within the zoning bylaw itself to deal with any infractions of the bylaw.
Okay. And this is why, similar to what we've heard over the year, I can't take into account who the owner of this site is. I should be looking at this application solely through the lens of, is the RSM zone an appropriate zone in this location, even if this applicant hasn't been a good neighbor, even if they're not following the rules, because that is a separate body of work.
Yeah, you're bang on, Councillor. Owners can change, right? At the end of the day, the question before you is related to land use, and ownership is not a relevant consideration in that scheme.
So then the question again, and because as we've talked about, have to set aside the fact that the applicant has said they only want to build a garage. If we approve this, they have the potential to add 3 more units on a site that is in a location that you would be comfortable if 3 more units got added based off our policies currently set today.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay.
And I just remind you that when you look at the zone, you are approving that whole zone, regardless of what anybody says is their intention.
And that's why I'm trying to set aside
You're approving all the way up to the top.
Exactly. Which in this case, because of what's been built, is really just 3 more units, potentially, if they actually wanted to do that, because the site's already built out.
Exactly. It's not going to be a 4th-story put on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you. So I'm looking at Mr. Yin's presentation. And on page 9 of that presentation, there's a plan entitled Basement that has got approved stamps, development permit, building discipline. And that plan shows 4 units across the width of the basement that are accessed by stairways from the units above. I presume that these are the approved building plans for this structure. On page 5 of his presentation, he shows a plan where there is a unit in each corner of the basement. The stairways to the upper units are still there, but there are external stairways added, which imply external entries to those units. Which building was built? Has anybody gone and looked to know what's actually been built there? How big it is? Does it comply with setbacks? Does it meet the site coverage limits? And then if we add the concrete pad that's been built at the back, which is hard landscaping, which contributes to site coverage, do we comply with the limit? Does anybody know?
Councillor Cartmel, sounding like in the presentation, Saffron observed that the difference between the floor plans is that it was the mid-block one that was just recently approved in the omnibus, June 30th.
So what's in front of us is not representative of this building?
What Mr. Yin presented?
Yeah, but you didn't present any floor plans.
I did not. No, you're looking at Mr. Yin's presentation.
Well, he's the owner and the builder, so I have to presume that what is in front of me is correct. So if it's not correct, what is correct? Have we, the City of Edmonton, gone and determined what is there? Does it comply with the permits issued? Does it comply with the zoning issued? Does it comply with site coverages? Have we checked that?
We will do inspections through the zoning bylaw and the development compliance team as necessary.
Have we done inspections yet? Have we done inspections yet?
As far as I know, there haven't been inspections on the site aside from safety codes, the ones that are standard, as opposed to ones that are complaint-based, right?
Safety code inspections include framing inspections. This building is framed. The photos show that the building is framed, skinned, and presumably drywalled, at the very least.
It has windows.
So at least one safety inspection ought to have been done. I get complaints about this all the time, particularly yesterday, where people that build their own buildings have real trouble and struggles getting inspections, getting timely inspections, and are forced into repeated inspections. But in instances like this, we don't seem to know what's going on. So if we've done a safety code inspection on the framing, where is that report that tells us what's actually been here?
So that's at the development permit and building permit stage. Those processes take place through separate bylaws in later stages, right? This is just the rezoning for additional development rights.
But this is a retroactive rezoning. This is like building a deck to the limit of your back fence and then going to the city and saying, hey, is it okay if I build this deck?
Councillor, right
now. Just to add, it's not a retroactive rezoning. They have built to what was allowed in the RS zone. They built the plan. The inspections were completed. What was allowed in the RS zone. What's being applied for today is to add the garage component to it, which is the covered piece, which adds to the site coverage, and the additional unit within the building itself. So if the question before us is whether or not to approve the garage, which speaks to site coverage, I need to know first what is there, because it's an addition to what is there.
It is contextually the same as a completed structure that is now adding, looking for a permit for a garage. It's like if I had a building, if I had a new home, and I wanted to add a garage in my backyard, I need a second permit. So either we're applying for a second permit and we need to analyze what is there, or we're adding to the first permit, which means we need to analyze what is there. And I don't have a report that tells me what is there.
So respectfully, what's in front of you today is a rezoning. It isn't a development permit. That is a full set of drawings that is showing you what is there and what is going to be there. What is there currently and what is built to the maximum of the RS zone, which is the 45% site coverage.
But the apprehension is that if what is there does not match what was previously intended by the zone, and we approve this, which is on the presumption that the drawings are accurate and everybody has followed the rules, this is the way to get around the zoning process. So how do we make a proper adjudication of whether this is an appropriate application or not? My time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Travis, you said there's a stop work order, and that's for the safety code?
No, that would be through our bylaw officers checking on the use of the building itself. So that would be development compliance.
Okay. And then so what about it caused them to issue the stop work order?
That I was speaking in generalities. That's not about this application or about this property in general. I was speaking in terms of how lodging houses are viewed upon and then how they're enforced or not enforced as it goes through the various steps.
Okay, so this one does not have a stop work order.
It doesn't have a stop work order. It has 0 complaints on it right now because it's built, but it's not operational in terms that it's not being rented. It's not occupied right now, so there isn't any of that on it. What we've seen, and as we go through the planning process, is the development permit was approved for what you see there today. It's gone through building permits. Those building permits matched plans. Inspections matched those plans. So what is built has been built appropriately to the zone that is there today, which is the RS zone.
Okay, so what was promised has
correct
has happened. Okay, and then I guess with the garage then and amending the zoning, they would have they could put up to three new suites, right? So the basement suite, which they're asking for, but there's also the potential to put the garden suites on top, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and they've got the height. They would have the height then to add a second floor on. And how many sewer or water pipes would you need?
How many
per unit?
Like new connections?
Yeah.
For as many units? JT, you want to jump in?
If it is condominialized, just one service connection for the whole.
Okay. What would 4 pipes look like coming up out of?
Those could be their internal pipes for directing storm flows in a particular direction.
Okay. Okay, that was my concern. I thought there was a stop work order on the unit itself, the garden suites. And I guess how many similar types of applications have we gotten in sort of partway through construction, maybe in the past couple of years, from any applicants where they're requesting rezoning?
They are pretty rare, Councillor Wright. I can think of one in Oliver or Weekend-to-Win, but whether it was in the last couple of years, it was in the last 3 or 4 years, maybe even the prior council. Yep.
Okay.
This certainly is the applicant's risk.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I don't. What I don't understand is looking at the design plans that are provided by the applicant. Even if 1 unit isn't built, it's roughed in for 8 units. How are we allowing that? It doesn't actually matter which design it is. We're not supposed to be allowing 8 units, but we're allowing the design plans to come roughed in as long as they don't literally put in a kitchen.
It's an unfinished basement, Councillor Rutherford.
But we're still allowing the rough-ins for 8 units, even if 8 units aren't allowed in the RS zone?
You're allowed to have unfinished basements. Just like any regular single detached house that has an unfinished basement that might later be converted to a different type, right? If the zoning permissions were there, yep. So that's what it looks like on the plans. That's how it was approved.
Okay. So because the design plans, but they do say literally, like in the one that was showed, that we saw from the applicant, it literally says, you know, like all of the design plans for where they would put a toilet, where they would put a bedroom, where they would put.
So Councillor.
So this doesn't look like, I understand what you're saying, but like, if I'm looking at these design plans, I'm looking at, there's just a blank space in the middle that that they're just gonna leave empty and vacant to collect dust?
We don't evaluate.
Excuse me, please.
No, I'm just genuinely like, I kind of, I definitely agree with my colleagues. Like, this seems like there needs to be a loophole that's closed somehow. Whether it's the zoning or not, so you don't evaluate for design.
We're not evaluating the site plan or the building plan. We're evaluating the zone. Right now it's RS. This site is in a corridor. We expect more intensity along the corridor, and RSM is an appropriate land use at this site based on the policy that we have, and that's what we're bringing forward.
Okay, but even like the question that Councillor Cartmel brought up about the site coverage, if the building is already at 45% in the RS zone, and they've done the hard surfacing, I agree with my council, how is that not in compliance? How is that in compliance?
Sorry, just to be clear, the site coverage was approved at 42.7%. So
Okay, whatever the site coverage is,
they have a bit of extra
the
room.
building takes up that site coverage. The current building that's built there takes up that site coverage.
The development and building permit that were issued for the building on site were issued under the RS zone.
Yeah.
So Councillor, I think what you're referring to is the non-permeable surface percentage, which is different than the site coverage. The site coverage is for building, which is 45%, and the non-permeable surface is you have to have a minimum of 30% on site. So you can still have a garage pad in combination with your 45% site coverage building.
Okay, and then what about can I just get clarity on something that you answered, Mr. Pollack? So, because I think there is a motion coming forward on lodging houses, and I think that's great, because I do think there's some major problems with that. But it would only be considered a lodging house if there was 4 people living in each one of those 7 dwellings.
So the lodging house is defined largely as its operational considerations. So you can have a unit with 4 or more different sleeping areas, but once you start locking those doors, that becomes a lodging house in terms of its operations. So that you have a self-contained unit that has shared facilities on the outside. So again, it's very difficult to see that on a plan document, which is why, as it moves forward in construction and occupation.
But the RSM zone allows for lodging, right? They wouldn't have that same requirement to sign a thing saying they're not doing lodging.
I'd look to the team for that, but yeah, the RS doesn't allow lodging houses.
Both the RS and the RSM allow lodging houses.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate how difficult this situation is. Maybe just on the lodging. So I think I'm understanding in the RS, there's no more than 8 sleeping units per site, and then with RSM, it's just sleeping units, like a max of 8 sleeping units in an individual lodging unit.
Per dwelling. Yep, that's right.
Dwelling. Okay. Well, yeah, and I think it raises an interesting question. I was visiting some new townhomes up in Blatchford. All of the bedrooms have en suites. That just is a trend that I'm hearing is happening for family homes. Again, it's not necessarily for lodging houses. So again, in terms of how this is currently configured, yeah, and again, I take the point. This is something that's operational, right? Because I think you could look at any single detached home. There are bedrooms, and the people sleeping in those bedrooms are using shared facilities of kitchens and living rooms, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just looking at a floor plan, could meet any family's needs and maybe have a couple renters in the basement for the secondary suites. Yep.
Right. Yeah. And the tension is that at this stage we can't know that because we don't know how it's being operated. Okay. Then yeah, again, I think you've said it a few times, and I just really want to clarify. So currently we have no reason to believe that the current structure is non-conforming with the existing zoning.
Correct.
Correct. And administration is here in support of this application because this zoning is supportable in this location. It follows, it's consistent, and meets our policy objectives.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just to pick up on that line of questioning, recognizing that, from a policy perspective, this level of density and scale is appropriate in this kind of location. I guess it would be helpful for me to understand, recognizing this is conforming with the RS zone, if there was an instance where something was not conforming with the underlying zone, and then there was a move to come forward with a rezoning to make that conformant or compliant, would there be other mechanisms that would catch that problem before it would come to a rezoning?
And development compliance inspections. Yep.
Right. So I guess, is there a scenario where a rezoning application could end up in front of us that is non-conformant, and that the rezoning itself would make that non-conformant application conformant?
Yep. But then,
so development compliance wouldn't catch that before it ends up as a rezoning.
But they would, and potentially even ask for rezoning and pause the compliance or the enforcement until the rezoning has the potential to be approved, before they say further tickets or it progresses much further, to give the landowner an opportunity to make things right.
Okay.
Right, so we're still here in a public forum following the process for asking for additional development rights.
For sure, yeah, no, and I'm just trying to, and I understand that's more of a hypothetical because the one in front of us today, again, everything you're saying is it is conforming, but just from a sequencing and process perspective, I'm trying to understand what that may look like, given the concerns that were raised by some of our speakers. So I think that's helpful, unless there's anything else you want to add. No. Okay, no, that helps with my understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, Mr. Pollock, did I hear you say that on this construction site, administration did not get any complaints about compliance?
In regards to lodging houses, no.
Oh, okay.
But again,
But like,
the site isn't operational right now, so.
right. But just so, when residents see a project that they think is non-compliant in some way, never mind if it's a lodging house or not, and if they raise a flag, is there a development compliance inspection, or that won't happen until after the construction is done?
So for any complaints that are seen by residents or neighbors, they should be lodged in 311, which they'll be tracked and dispersed to the appropriate compliance team to inspect, whether that's a development compliance team, a safety codes inspection team, or a community services bylaw officer.
And in this case, did that happen?
I can't speak specifically to compliance files, but on this one, there is no lodging complaint on this one currently. What I can tell you is that with all of these files, administration's direction around the attestation of that these are not lodging houses by the applicants, we are going and doing development compliance and auditing them as they become operational.
So if they're not done, if the doors are not open, they're not considered operational, and therefore you wouldn't have that trigger to do any kind of audit or inspection for now.
Correct. If there's nobody living in it, we can't define it as as a lodging house.
Right. Okay. I think some of the others have asked my questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. And Councillor Wright, can you take
I will take the chair.
So, when was the development permit issued for 7 dwellings? Prior to, obviously, July 5th changes, right?
Yep, just 1 second. June 18th, 2024.
Okay. And were there any changes that we made to RSM recently that may not be in compliance if RSM zoning is granted?
No, not under the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so
That was the policy that had changed RSMH 12.
Yeah, okay. The only changes, that design change we made was to RS, right?
That's right.
Okay. And the June 2024 development permit was granted based on RS, which we implemented January 1st, 2024. That came into effect. The zoning changes came into effect, right? So
yes.
Right. Would that site have been permitted to build 7 units prior to January 1st, 2024?
Oh.
So is that prior to the new zoning bylaw?
Yeah.
Unlikely. If it was an RF1 zone.
Maybe, yeah, if it was RF3, maybe.
Yeah. So they already got more units because of those changes, right? The zoning changes from what was permitted prior to the zoning changes. Now they are asking for another unit, which is a basement suite, right?
They are, yes. And
it would be
potentially a garage.
And a garage, potentially a garage suite, right?
Could be.
So I'm just really struggling to understand what has changed in the market since June 2024 to now that increased density is required on this site.
That I'd have
maybe it's a question.
For the applicant. I mean, I think it's just important to remember that this is a secondary corridor and that potentially this site, and if it had additional properties, it could be up to 8 stories.
Okay. Do they need RSM zoning for that additional suite too, or just for the garage?
For the additional suite as well.
For both, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you. I'll move the second round.
Thank you.
Second.
And can we please vote?
We have all the votes.
Sorry, display the votes, please. And that is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Jans, questions?
Yeah, thank you. To legal, so the one speaker suggested 4 things: that they wanted us to reject the application, they wanted to investigate how we are preventing these from happening. Now, there's a question of whether these are actual lodging houses or not, but I guess my question is, where is there an obligation of the city to inspect every 5 years or something we approve?
No, there's no legal obligation. Typically, it's a complaint-based system, Councillor. But there's no legal obligation under the bylaw that says we have to go and inspect every 5 years.
Okay, so if we have a hypothetical situation, if we have a builder that owns, or a developer, or somebody who has multiple properties around the city, and they're doing something and advertising it, and it appears to be, or those properties appear to be a lodging house, how do we factor in, if we have a decision in front of us that is, this one may not be that thing, but the other one sure appeared to be that thing? How do we factor that in?
Well, I think, Councillor, like, this sort of comes back to that ownership question, right? Like, if you're saying, hey, well, this owner did it in the past, so they're going to do it in the future, we wouldn't consider the owner, right? I don't think that we can predict future behavior. Like, ultimately, the question that is at public hearing is this an appropriate land use for this area? And it's not about who owns it and you know, their actions and so on and so forth. I realize you're a councillor, you wear many hats, and the law recognizes that, but on the land use question, that ownership is not a relevant consideration.
And how about, so we have a question coming back about lodging houses, how they're defined, they're regulated, permitted, etc. Is it possible to set aside an application until we get a response to that inquiry?
Yeah, if that's councillor's pleasure, they want to postpone this to some future time, that's a possibility.
Because we have the option to postpone. We have the option just to say reject, in which case it would stay at the RS, which then there's still open questions about to some about that, or we can approve. It's really the 3 choices.
Yeah, I suppose you could refer back to administration to look at a different zone, but there's no middle ground between here and there, right? Like.
Yeah. Can I maybe put it to the planning department then? Like, I know I've sent in some complaints that I've received from constituents about lodging houses writ large and uses, etc. How is that being followed up with? Like, is it, I understand we're looking at this one application here, but this seems to be clouding all the water here.
Complaints are followed up upon, inspections are completed, research is completed, and enforcement enacted if needed. Obviously, there's a number of complaints on a number of properties across the city, so that's just in general how our enforcement and compliance team works.
And if there are complaints and they're found to be with merit, is that published somewhere or broadcast somewhere, or would neighbors know about it or somebody else, or is that just confidential between the
Typically, the enforcement is confidential between us and the entity getting enforced upon. There is feedback mechanisms for those that have complained or have instigated that complaint in terms of, yes, we're on it, it's being actioned, but details are remaining vague.
So there seems to be a perception that we're kind of, there's loopholes, or we're lax as the regulator, as the city. Do you think that is with merit?
I think lodging houses in general are a gray and a vague area, but it's very difficult to decipher that other than observing real-time conditions in terms of how the unit is being occupied.
So given that, the administration will keep, like in this case, you'll recommend this rezoning because the question in front of us is this an appropriate land use for this site or not? And you would say yes. These separate questions about the operationalization, that's another conversation. Am I understanding?
Yeah, our recommendation today is based off of the policy in front of you, which is district plans and city plans, and what it calls in these nodes and corridors, which is a much bigger building than what's actually being applied for today. I understand and empathize with both council and the community around the enforcement and maybe the new challenges that are being faced and the perceptions that are being seen with these buildings, but there are processes and enforcement in place to do that. If a building is found to be, sorry, my time's up.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll be back at 3:45. On the list of speakers. Oh, Councillor Stevenson, you were next. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience as we work through this sort of complex question. I think the only remaining question for me to understand is, would administration come forward with a recommendation to rezone a property strictly for the purpose of making an existing development conforming in the absence of other policy rationale?
So, well, if I understand your question correctly, yes. Like in this instance, the applicant applied for a development permit and were denied because it didn't conform with the RS zone. And so they were advised that the way to move forward if they wanted to continue or achieve that outcome that they were seeking was a rezoning application. And so that's why we're here. So that check and balance is present.
Oh, yeah.
And so, sorry, I don't know if that gets to your...
No.
Okay.
So I'll just clarify a little bit. So I hear fears in neighborhoods that I represent that, you know, they hear the developer will get a permit for an 8-unit and they're going to build a 10-unit, and then they'll just come retroactively to rezone the property so that 10 units are permitted. But my assumption is that administration wouldn't necessarily support that rezoning if there weren't other policy reasons. Like, you're supporting this rezoning because if it was an empty lot, this rezoning would make sense.
Yes, absolutely. There's policy direction and support for this application.
Okay, but if it was let's say a property that didn't meet any of the criteria, and a 9-unit row house was built, administration...
Mid-block.
A mid-block, 9-unit development was built, and again, there were no other policy rationale to support a rezoning. Would administration likely come forward with a support, or no?
No, we wouldn't do something just to bring it into compliance.
Perfect.
Right? Sorry, and I didn't mean to give that impression earlier when I was talking about.
No, not at all. And I think, I just think it's a point to be really clear on, because I understand communities' concerns that this is a loophole, that people, build something and then ask for forgiveness later. But that's not what's happening here, and that's not what administration would do moving forward.
They want to build something additional to what is already there. So they haven't built anything that doesn't comply. That's not the situation that we're in. It complies with the RS zone.
Great. Okay, I think that's the clarity I needed. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to do roll call. Councillor Wright, Councillor Knack, Councillor Pinspe, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette is away. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice is away as well, and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Last line of questioning was helpful there. Just to further crystallize that for me, a rezoning application can come forward to us regardless of where a project may be in its construction cycle, I guess.
Yes, I can give you the example that I was referring to earlier. Was with Kentowin. There's a corner lot on the bike lane in 121st Street. It has a sign up there for the future for the Jameson. There is a rezoning application. It is a very large pit that has a lot of shoring around it. Has been for years. The Open Sky was the developer. They had rights going up to 10 odd stories, and came in and had already started the construction and made a rezoning application to add roughly 5 stories.
Right. Okay, so the timing of construction, or how far along a project is, doesn't have a bearing on the recommendation that administration would come forward with, because it has nothing to do with whether it's policy aligned.
Exactly. The information that we included about this site being under construction is like background information to help everybody understand the context.
Okay, so it's not like there would be any sort of preferential recommendation of support just because something is farther along in a construction cycle. Okay. I'm
No.
seeing no's.
No, and the applicant has a building today with 7 dwellings.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Just one last question. So if I recall, a few months ago, I think it was the same applicant had an application to increase site for rezoning to increase site coverage for also, a number of garage. I think this one was in Windsor Park, but please correct me if I'm wrong. And I think I remember at the time, administration actually didn't recommend that one. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Not off the top of my head, Councillor Tang, but the team's looking into it right now. We can get some details.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering why what's the difference? Why, and I it's been a while, but I remember distinctly asking the question around the reasoning for the rezoning, site coverage, for the garage to allow for just some kind of parking capacity, even though the neighborhood is well within a lot of the active transportation modes. And in today's instance, we've also heard precedent in terms of the rezoning that happens 2 doors down. So I guess I'm just wondering, between this one and the one we turned down a few months ago, what's the difference?
Likely outside of a node and corridor, didn't follow the policy, didn't have.
I think it was in Windsor Park, but it was okay. So that in this case, because it's essentially policy conforming, it's not out of compliance with what they're allowed to build. The arguments that the residents have been making around non-compliance, essentially you're saying it doesn't stand because they're still building what's allowed, right?
That's correct. If there are issues with compliance, we have other methods and processes and checks and balances and bylaws to follow where people can make a complaint and we can investigate and inspect.
Right. I recognize a program like the Construction Accountability Program isn't online yet because I know we still need to sort a few things out, but that was heavily discussed during the July public hearing. I guess in my head, I'm wondering, if that were an option, would a development like this fall into that category? But from your perspective, though, this isn't something that can be called out for non-compliance because there's nothing non-compliant about it.
Councillor, right now there isn't any, as you mentioned, there isn't anything non-compliant about it. What we have here is a applicant that wants to increase their development rates and they're seeking rezoning. I can understand their perspective that through the RS zone they've already have increased development rates, and so that may lead to different conclusions on whether or not they should receive additional development rates.
Right. And there is nothing in our policy or from administration's perspective to say you're coming a little bit later, but that's not a criteria to not recommend this.
Not from administration's perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So if this property had been built when the zoning bylaw renewal first came out, beginning of January, it's been around for a year, it complies with the RS at the time, right? With the new zoning bylaw.
That's correct.
Okay. So now if the applicant was coming in afterwards saying, well, their renters wanted an actual garage rather than just a parking pad, this is something then that would need to come in to be rezoned to add that garage on, right?
Because they need the additional site coverage, that's right.
Okay, so your rationale for supporting it would be pretty well the same, right?
Yes, regardless of the reason, the policy that is in place supports this use and this scale at this location.
Because it's on that secondary corridor
There's
and a transit and everything like that.
a rezoning application, one door down, mid-block, under construction, RS to RSMH 12, that was approved in the omnibus June 30th.
Yeah.
This is a corner site.
Okay.
It's almost essentially the same scenario.
Okay. And then if surrounding community members have concerns about it being not a boarding house, what are you calling it?
A lodging house.
Lodging house. Then that can be addressed through bylaw and everything like
That's
that.
right. That's a phone call to enforcement, a 311 complaint, which we would then act on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to folks in favor, in opposition, or to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I was actually wondering, I know I saw a camera moving from Mr. Illich while we were chatting. I feel like he was walking out to the site, and I'm wondering if he had any feedback that was happening throughout, from 3 to 3:30. Otherwise, you're just going out for a long walk, Mr. Illich, and that's fine too. It is a beautiful blue sky. But do you have anything you can offer?
It is. It's hot out here.
Okay. Did I miss anything? Were you going to take a look at something that we should know about?
Yeah. So I'm actually a block away. I can walk and just show you. But one thing I have a problem with this whole thing is the concept that the difference between a row house and a lock basically locks on doors and an attestation. So for an attestation to have any value, it would have to be something where you trust the people involved. And otherwise, I mean, no matter if an inspector could come, they could say, oh yeah, we'll take the locks off the doors, and then they could be back putting locks on doors, or just, I mean, there could just be, people could just not open each other's doors, right? And it could still be a lodging house. I think that the other question I have is, if this does, I'll show you the structure in the back.
Sure.
That wasn't in the pictures that Mr. Yin showed, and I would question whether that puts the build site in contravention of the RS zone, because it was building something that wasn't approved. And so those are two things.
Okay.
And then the other question I have is, if their motivation is just to build a garage, is there any way of just doing a
like a variance?
A variance?
Yeah.
In order to just allow for that. So here's the site right here.
Okay.
You can see the low wall. Okay. So you can see those 4 pipes going up to the main house. And here's the low wall with an additional 4 walls, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. So I think they are operating under the assumption that it would be most efficient for them to just go ahead and assume they were going to get approval and have their contractors pour everything and install everything in one go, rather than have them come out twice to do the job.
Okay, that's a helpful visual. I appreciate that. And yeah, I think, as you know, it's part of the tension, and I'm hearing, I think what I've heard from a lot of folks is that there's this tension about this particular developer, and I know our legal team will often tell us that we can't take into account who's developing, but I appreciate that also plays into a lot of where the community's feedback comes into, if they're feeling like they're being taken for a ride. So okay,
yeah. Especially when they have so many sites. It's like 40 houses in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
So it makes a big difference if it's somebody who's not playing by the rules and getting away with things. It's a lot to even police one site, to police 40 sites. That's a lot of onus on the residents. I think that's just unreasonable.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Illich, for the field trip. It looks like a beautiful day, and I hope you're enjoying it for us.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, Councillor, hope you have some water with you. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
My question is for the applicant.
Okay, please come down.
as you're getting settled, I guess I'm just wondering if your clients has intending, I guess, why didn't you apply for this rezoning before you started versus now?
First, I would like to just answer that neighbor's question. The reason for that short wall is for the gas meter. The gas permit inspection failed because it's too close to the window. So it's a change and we move it. It's not any intention we build something, yeah. And
I see.
yeah, and Councillor Tang, for that one, like the administration said, we try to do the variance, but it's turned down because it's not the variance can apply for the development permit variance. That's the reason we go the rezoning. The variance doesn't apply.
I guess I'm just wondering, you're hearing the sentiment. I'm curious if this application is turned down, you still have 7 units on this site, correct?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And you would, I guess, what would you like?
Yeah, Catherine, your memory is right. The intention for the garage is also the consideration and the unit. In February, I think, if I'm correct, the Windsor Park one, we want to build the garage, but it's turned down. We just build the regular row house. If this one turned down, we can always just build the regular parking lot at the back. We just want to improve the. I think it's both a win-win situation for the neighborhood and with those tenants. There's a garage and they can parking at the back, not instead of the on-street parking.
Right.
Yeah, that's our purpose.
But that's right. So just outdoor parking pad, and then you wouldn't. And then I think I asked you earlier, were you able to do that 8th secondary suite under the current zone? I think you said yes, but technically you can't. You needed this rezoning to finish that.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so you just have 7 units and an outdoor parking pad if this doesn't go through. And there's no guarantee, because if you do rezone it, even though you say you would just do the garage, you could, or your client could decide to add the garage suite, which will still be within what's allowed, right?
Yeah, that's right. On the February public hearing, and I said it will be only a garage, and the Windsor Park area neighbor said there's no certainty. That's the reason we go certainty. We build a house, and there's still uncertainty. I don't know what to do. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think that those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks. So the 4 pipes that were described, I was thinking they were more water or sewer pipes, but you're saying it's for gas line?
It's for gas line. The gas line need to be 3 feet away from the window. We do the inspection, but the article turned it on.
And how large are the pipes for the gas line, diameter wise?
Oh, it's a regular half pound PSI, and it's I think it's 3/4 inches.
Okay. So from the way that the one in opposition was talking about it, it sounded like it was more water or sanitary lines.
No, it's gas line, because the gas don't need any code requirement between the window and the gas, the water meter. Yeah.
Okay. So to, I guess, sort of alleviate some of the fears of the community, you confirm that there'll be no garden, no suites on the garage building.
At this time, yes.
At this
I'm not the owner. Yeah. Okay. The owner told me so. Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't give them much certainty that there will or there won't be. I guess to the was it Mr. Ilrich or Illich that talked about the pipes?
Yeah.
So
That's
what size were those pipes? Because I had just assumed that they were like water or sanitary sewer pipes.
Yeah, honestly, it could be that those are like that could be an explanation for it. They're not gigantic. They are, I don't know if they're as small as 3/4 of an inch, but they're not gigantic. They're pretty big though.
If you can see the red sticker from the Atker ATCO, I just phoned the.
I'm sorry,
process would be.
Can't talk to each other. No.
So, Mr. Illich, can you see anything from the gas provider, like certifying that those pipes are? And I think you've left the site now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a block away, but I can have a look.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, the other thing that makes me a bit suspicious, and it could be that this is like, you have to understand the concern with this is once this is upzoned, there's no control by the community anymore, right?
Well,
we have to take it at face value. And if there were ever a row house that didn't need a garage, it was this one, because there is a lot of street parking around it. So it's just interesting how this one they're going to put a garage on and none of the other ones.
Yeah. So there is some course of action that you can take if it does or if you do suspect a lodging house, and that is call 311, and by law enforcement can go and do an inspection for you that way. So there is some recourse that you have. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we are ready to close the public hearing. Good.
Yep.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. First reading.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This was a very complex one, and I really appreciate the perspectives brought forward by community members and also the applicant. I think this speaks to some of the really, really nuanced considerations that we need to make in these instances. I certainly hear that fear and also the frustration around people skirting rules and sort of sneaking in development that doesn't conform with our zoning and our plans. I think that's a very, very valid fear, and I appreciate the frustration that residents are expressing and the concern that residents are expressing around that. In reviewing the details of this specific application, I don't feel that that's what's happening. If we were looking at this as a bare piece of land, the proposed rezoning makes sense from a policy perspective. Administration has laid that out very clearly, and I think their analysis is sound. I have clarity that this property is not currently non-compliant with the existing zoning, and that again, rezoning to come into compliance is not something that administration would support outright. And we did see that again back in February, a similar scenario, similar application that wasn't approved because it didn't fit any of those other policy pieces. I also just want to speak briefly to the question of lodging houses, and I think it's great that we're having a more thorough conversation about this. I think that some of the concerns I heard, I guess I may be still struggling to understand the risks that they pose. Again, I think roommates is a very common practice with folks. I think drawing those lines between what is roommates and what is rooming houses is very gray right now. I think we need to better understand what behaviors or outcomes we're trying to manage as we want to provide flexibility for how people live in community and in their homes. So I look forward to that further conversation coming, and I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So I know that we are told that we are very narrowly put the question is put to us, what is the appropriate land use? But the way I'm hearing the question on this one is, what is the appropriate land use given that somebody has already started using the land for a particular use? And I really struggle with that. I have gone to visit a number of the better known recent developments, and I have concerns about whether we are whether the construction of buildings is truly respecting the requirements of the zone in terms of setbacks, in terms of fire separations, in terms of meeting building code provisions for fire fighting. I have real concerns about that. In my prior career, I did a lot of insurance investigations and other investigations related to collapse and infringement of one property on another. Things like buildings getting over-excavated and undermining the foundations of the house next door. Things like we see from time to time, the cave-in of the excavation or the affecting of the adjacent lot. And what really frustrated me was effectively the response from the city was a reactive one, was that the only remedy available is reactive. So if this ultimately is going to be used as a rooming house, well then the remedy is reactive. Make a complaint and we'll have a look. You know, there's some consternation that we've got servicing going on this site or construction going on this site that does not comply with the zoning. And effectively, and I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, but effectively the remedy is, well, call 311 and we'll have a look. You know, if you do find yourself in a situation where you've been affected by the property next door and you know, inspections or reviews or other processes of the city have not prevented that from you, well, the courts are available to you, and if you've got time, money, and resources, then you can remedy that in the civic court process. I just don't think that's good enough. And I just cannot approve a land use today, which is in my view, effectively a retroactive approval of something that somebody has done without getting the proper approvals in the first place. And whether that is actually true or it's simply an apprehension that that is true, to me it doesn't matter. The apprehension carries, and so I can't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I think, and I'm trying to, I feel like I'm going to speak to Ms. Inkpen as I say this, because I feel like the issue that I'm facing right now is that there is somebody that owns a lot of properties that maybe doesn't have the trust of community based off a variety of factors, to which our legal team would tell me is not a relevant land use consideration because that's about the owner, that's about a variety of pieces, and so I should solely consider the land use. And so I'm trying to separate these out. And it's hard, especially if you're coming from the community, because that you don't like to hear that. That's not a very satisfying answer that we're not allowed to consider that. But I appreciate there are legitimate legal requirements for us to follow in this role. And so I can't consider the applicant, even though I would significantly suggest to the applicant that there is a major issue in the communities that you're building in right now that you need to work on with that community and work to build some trust. So I'm left with the consideration of what administration has said, and they're absolutely right. This RSM 12 is a very valid land use zone on a site in this location. We would actually approve substantially more density, and that's not just from the 2024 zoning bylaw. That would actually be from bylaws that were before all of our times. Like in terms of this location, this is a location where we would allow for substantially more density. The only other land use consideration that I'm really reflecting on, and it might feel fairly, nitpicky in this, is that I have heard that the applicant's intent was just to build a garage. A garage on a major road serviced by LRT close by and major bus routes that run extremely frequently, that doesn't necessarily feel like an incredibly needed piece of infrastructure right now in that location. So if that is genuinely the only reason they want it, I think they could apply for a variance, and there could be a process that they could go through, and if the community signed off on it, they could do it. We wouldn't have to actually be here for this exercise. So that's the only land use thing that sort of sits in the back of my mind, is that if we're legitimately only talking about a garage, I actually don't know why that would be needed at this site. And therefore, you know, and I get there's the 8th suite, so I appreciate that's still part of this conversation, but that seemed to be a bigger part of it. So I don't know how I'll vote yet, because I see from a land use perspective there's a good case, but I also can maybe make another land use argument that a garage doesn't really add value in this particular location, and they've got a built form that works. So I'll wait to hear the wisdom of my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I don't know how wise this is, but this is my thoughts. I was leaning towards not approving this, but in consideration of the answers I received from my questions, that if this was an existing property looking for the same upzoning, that we would, based on the same rationale, approve it. I do, you know, I do get inquiries from my own constituents in regards to, you know, oh, do I have to call 311 because of my neighbor? But I don't think we can, under any circumstance, choose our neighbors. You know, you never know what you're going to get. The house could be sold. Someone else can move in. You know, perhaps my neighbors who were there to begin with before I moved in don't like my barking dog. Or don't like the barbecue going or something. So I think that's why we need these other bylaws in place and opportunities to call 311 and to have enforcement and other compliance to try to take care of these things. As Councillor Stevenson mentioned about people have different living arrangements. I know when my son stayed in the McEwen student residence, it was set up with a communal kitchen living area, and they did have fobs to access. I don't know if they still have that or not. So there is different arrangements that can be had, and yeah. So with the garage. Yes, we would like everybody to take public transit. I mean, there's one space for, 8 units, which could be, and those each have a couple of bedrooms, so it's not as if everybody's necessarily going to have a vehicle, but it is an option for those that do. So I think I'm going to be supporting this recommendation unless I am convinced otherwise. But thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is a very, there's a lot of intricate details involved. I feel like every response kind of brought forward some new information. I think where I'm sitting on is the fact that we have had a few precedents. So number one is the one that is approved a couple doors down, nearby, and this is a corner lot. And then the other one was from February, where administration didn't recommend it because it didn't, and it's a very similar case, didn't actually follow the policy. And I think we have these policies and processes in place. I think the number of times the non-conformance comes up from the line of questioning that there is that perception. And we know that sometimes perception and reality don't always align. And I think I'm coming back to why that perception is there to begin with. And I think it has to do with the reputation of the developer, which I think has consistently come up in the past many months. And I think, cases like this, I think there's already been, a distrust sowed already, and it just further perpetuates. But I'm finding a difficult reason to say no based on the policy and even based on the process that we currently have. And if we want to say no to this, then I do think we should seriously think about fundamentally changing our development services process and some of the broader policies as well. So that's kind of where I'm at right now and some of the factors that I'm weighing in.
Thank you, Councillor. 10, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I think in some ways we're overthinking this process. You know, yes, we have district plans and zoning and policies in place, but we also have public hearings to hear from applicants and the public, and those opinions and voices are valid considerations in a public hearing. And so for that reason, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just think that we need to keep in mind what we're deciding. Our responsibility is not to judge any applicant's past behavior or to speculate about tenants or intent. Our responsibility is simply this: does this rezoning qualify as an appropriate land use for this site? Administration has advised that it does under our policies. The proposed RSM H12 zone is consistent with the city plan and the Scona district plan, which call for more infill and transition housing in this exact corridor. It's compatible in scale, it's a corner site, it's framed on 3 sides by public roadways, at the edge of a neighborhood and adjacent to transit connections. It checks every single one of those boxes. It's supported by infrastructure with servicing and fire protection to be addressed at the permit stage. Concerns about whether construction is following an approved permit are compliance matters, handled separately by development services and enforcement. They are not land use questions before us today. The question for council is a narrow one. Is this an appropriate zoning here? Administration, following policy, indicates the policy says yes. If we stray into debating rooming houses or the type of resident, we risk exposing the city to challenge for stepping outside the Municipal Government Act. We should be very cautious when we speak about our intent and our rationale, because that opens the city up to challenge under the Municipal Government Act. So let's keep our discussion focused on the planning merits that ensures our decision is defensible, lawful, and in the long-term interest of the city. Now, having said that, within the narrow scope of what we are to consider, I find this to be an appropriate land use. Do I personally share concerns? Of course. But this is not the actual forum to address those concerns unless a councillor wants to present an amendment or a subsequent motion. Legally, what's in front of me right now, I have to approach legally within the constraints of the provincial legislation. I do not have the freedom to allow my personal opinion about potential ways that the zone could be used to influence my vote. But I do believe there is room for any concerned councillor to make an amendment, to refer back, to make a subsequent motion. Those are all ways we can address these things, and absent those, I must vote according to the law. So I will be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? Yeah, thank you. You know, on January 1st, 2024, the new zoning bylaw came into effect. And that change increased the density on this site. And the applicant applied for development permit in June of 2024 to build 7 units on this site, and that's what community understood what would be built on that site. So to me, that community trust and that social contract with community is important. I have not heard any compelling reasons why a garage is necessary close to a corridor that a high-frequency bus service, close to an LRT station, and if fourth unit was required, that should have been considered in June 2024, so that community would have known what was going to be built. In the middle of construction, coming back for rezoning leaves that, I think it compromises the trust that we need to continue to garner and build that support for a change that we have made that is having impact on the communities, but it's a change that I am sticking to. It's a change that I have been defending. I will continue to defend because it was a good change. It is still a good change. But I think we need to honor that social contract. That's why I will not be supporting this. Yeah. And I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. I was reflecting back before I was a councillor. I remember thinking, you know, why don't councillors be more definitive, say yes or no to it? Like when they're talking about something, why don't they campaign against the project? Why don't they say this project is bad, yes or no? And you know, as we go through orientation, we hear from legal, we hear about court cases, we see court cases even in Calgary right now. It is very clear when we are at public hearing on a bylaw on an issue like this, we're a tribunal. We have leanings one way or another. We may have questions one way or another, but we can't come out and definitively say one thing or another. I also learned, you know, there's so many things in this process that may be part of the bigger question about how do we build a city, but when it comes to our decision in this chair at this very moment, they're not germane to the question. So speaking widely, I've heard a number of questions openly in the city about foreign home buyers. The federal government passed legislation about that. I have myself, you know, I've heard those questions, so I've relayed them to the minister and relayed them to the member of parliament because those are the bodies accountable for it. For questions related to inspections, you know, we have a national building code, we have a provincial fire code, we have all these other pieces, and I've tried to relay complaints as I've received them towards those bodies. And when it comes to these public hearings, I've really tried to remain focused on the question at hand, which is about land use. Is this an appropriate land use on this spot or not? And I think my frustration here is that we spent a ton of time. We've across the community, there's a ton of these other, what I don't know what else to call them, but kind of like 1 or 2 unit, like going from 8 to 10, 8 to 10, 8 to 10, these proposals all over the place. And it's frustrating because we heard from administration that this area is where it is in the district plan could probably be an 8-story, but we're not talking about an 8-story. We're looking at a garage. And how much time have we spent? How much money have we spent? How much applicant energy have we spent? How many community members have been, I think, agitated? What's going in here? Is this, and to me, I just keep coming back to the question, this is a land use decision, and what is the value add for Edmontonians by this? And I feel frustrated because we're having some real big conversations later on in the meeting about real big moves for the city. We already have today, taking a church, looking at up to 6 stories. But here, it's a garage. And if it's not, we're not having that conversation. And so I don't want to keep entertaining these small scale, incremental, cosmetic isn't the word, but I don't know how to refer to a garage, like an amenity amendment. This is not, this may be the letter of the law, but it's certainly not the spirit of the law, and that's frustrating. I think if we need to be very clear with the community, this is the RS zone. This is what's permitted in this zone. And when it comes to something bigger, like we've seen, and we've had those conversations around the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station, we need to be very clear and transparent with community, because what you hear over and over is this feeling of that perception of a bait and switch, or a perception of a lack of trust, or what is it actually, etc. So I realize I'm burning yet another minute, but on a garage, and I'm voting no, and I'm asking my colleagues to vote no as well too, because I think we need to send a message that if you are going to be, and yes, even though I'm voting no, because I want to send the message, if you are coming forward for rezoning, you better make a very strong case for why, and it better be materially worth it to the city plan vision for the city. This amenity stuff has got to stop. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Somebody need a seconded by Councillor Wright? Okay, please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is granted.
And I'll move third reading.
Second.
Please vote for the third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I may have a subsequent later on in the meeting.
At the end, okay, keep track, yeah. Okay. All right, we are on to item 3.17. Bylaw 21207 to allow medium scale housing, Queen Alexandra. Postponed from June 30th, 2025, City Council public hearing. We'll go to, there's folks in opposition as well, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Queen Alexandra neighborhood to adjust a height modifier. The site is currently zoned for the medium-scale residential zone with a height modifier of 16 meters or approximately 4 stories, and the rezoning would adjust the height modifier to 23 meters or approximately 6 stories. Next slide, please. The site is located at the corner of 108th Street and 79th Avenue in close proximity to the White Avenue primary corridor, the University Garneau major node, and the 109th Street secondary corridor as designated within the Scona District Plan. Being connected to an important focal point between a node and 2 corridors means that this site is well positioned to take advantage of a variety of services, shops, employment opportunities, bus service, and bike lanes, which are available within walking distance. Next slide, please. The proposed adjustment in height would allow for an additional 7 meters, or approximately 2 more stories. The difference in scale being illustrated by different colors of the 3D model on this slide. With the application only proposing to adjust the height The allowable building pocket is not changing, as minimum setbacks and all other regulations within the RM zone will remain unchanged. Next slide, please. The city engaged the public through a mailed notice, information on the city's website, and site signage. 8 people were heard from, all of whom expressed opposition to the rezoning. Their concerns were related to increased traffic and parking congestion, erosion of the immediate area's smaller scale character, loss of sunlight and privacy from the additional height. Next slide, please. By increasing density at a location that is within walking distance to active modes of transportation and other amenities, this rezoning will contribute to a key objective of the city plan, which is to become, over time, a more compact city. In the Scona district, the site is located outside of a nodal corridor and is designated urban mix. 6 stories, as is proposed, is not explicitly supported in the urban mix. However, District Policy 2527 allows for consideration of additional scale within the urban mix designation where at least 2 contextual criteria are met, as shown on the right-hand side of the screen. The site meets 3 of the criteria, as it is within 100 meters from a corridor, located on a corner, and adjacent to land already zoned for greater than small scale, or 3 stories. With the site being located at an important focal point between the node and 2 corridors, it is well connected to a variety of amenities that can support the additional density being proposed through this application. Next slide, please. Administration recommends support for this application. It supports the city plan's target for infill development and trips taken by transit, and it allows further housing opportunities at a site where future residents can meet their daily needs within 15 minutes of where they live. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Is Bladen Dibben to answer questions only? Select engineering consultants in person or remote. How about Alison Rosland, Situate, remote?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I'm here.
And you have a presentation, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Jacob DeWong.
Hello?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right. And Richard Mary in opposition. Are you there, Richard, as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go. We'll hear from folks in favor, then I'll come to you, Richard. So we will start with Alison Rosland. Please go ahead.
All right, I should have some presentation slides. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm here today on behalf of Greystone Group to speak in support of the application to rezone their site in Queen Alexandra from RMH 16 to RMH 23. This is a modest change that enables meaningful progress. It allows for a 6-story apartment building on a well-located, underutilized site, just off White Avenue and within walking distance of parks, schools, shops, and high-frequency transit. This application brings zoning in line with policy and makes room for more people to live in one of Edmonton's most complete neighborhoods. Next slide, please. In 2024, Edmonton's population grew by almost 6%, the highest increase in many years. Over that same period, 16,500 new homes were approved in Edmonton. Based solely on the need for on the homes needed for folks who moved to our city last year, we had a shortfall of nearly 10,000 homes. That gap affects affordability, choice, and inclusion. At the same time, Queen Alexandra has been losing population for decades, nearly 13% since the 1970s. That's not sustainable for any neighborhood, especially one so close to the core. This rezoning helps. It brings a new supply of rental housing, some of which will be at below market rates through CMHC's MLI Select program, to a walkable, transit-rich area. It supports reinvestment in a neighborhood that already has the infrastructure to grow responsibly. Next slide, please. The district policy outlines 5 criteria that can justify additional scale. A site needs to meet 2, and this site meets 3. It's on a corner, it's within 100 meters of the White Avenue primary corridor, and it's adjacent to other medium-scale zoning. There's no question that this is a suitable location for RMH 23 in alignment with this policy. It's a site that consists of 6 lots, and the city's planning report confirms the alignment with both the district plan and city plan, particularly the goals of building a more compact city and supporting a connected network of neighborhoods with diverse housing options. In short, policy is clear, and this rezoning puts it into action. Next slide, please. We know that redevelopment can raise concerns. That's why we began outreach early. We created a dedicated project webpage, mailed over 500 postcards to nearby households, and reached out to the Queen Alexandra Community League. While we didn't hear back from the league, we did hear from one neighbor who had questions about the applicant's past projects. We responded directly and welcomed further conversation. The city also heard from 8 residents during file circulation. Their concerns focused on traffic, parking, and building size. These are fair concerns, but they need to be considered in context. Next slide, please. This is a corner site surrounded by public roads on 3 sides, and the future building will be set back and scaled in accordance with existing regulations. The required setbacks are not changing as a result of this rezoning, and our client does plan to include on-site parking, which will help address practical concerns around congestion. The site is also near several bike routes and is within the Communauto car share service area. It's also serviced by frequent bus routes on White Avenue and 109th Street, with both streets identified in the city's mass transit planning framework as future bus rapid transit corridors. This location supports transportation by choice, by foot, by bike, by bus, or by car. Next slide, please. This is the kind of proposal that moves Edmonton forward. It's policy aligned and it's technically sound, and it contributes to the kind of city council has already said we need. One where more people can live near jobs, schools, and services without requiring new infrastructure. We respectfully ask for your support here today. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for joining us. Jacob DeWong, please go ahead.
Hello. I'll be brief today because I'm on my way back from Toronto right now. I want to take this chance to actually come forward and support this application because I live literally 2 blocks away from this, and I want to say yes in my backyard, yes in my neighborhood, yes in my city. What makes Queen Alexandra great is really the apartments here. They provide enough people for the shops on White, repopulating this area, giving me more neighbors, more vibrancy, making our neighborhood great. So this is really a good thing to see. I want more neighbors. I want bigger apartment buildings near me. Please approve this project. Yeah, I think the apartments really enhance the character of my neighborhood, and this will just make my neighborhood better. Thank you so much. I will not be answering any questions today because I am about to leave on a plane.
No worries. Thank you so much for joining us. Questions, colleagues? No questions to the applicant, and the sorry folks in favor. Okay, then we'll go to Richard Mary. Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. From perspective of somebody who has lived in this area most of my life, and specifically kitty corner to the proposed development now for the last 5 years in a 3rd floor hot apartment, I have somewhat of a different perspective and do oppose this. I don't think I need to go through the proposal again. I have read it, and I've read the rationale supporting the city's plans for infill and housing development, etc., and close to transit. I have submitted a written document to you, which would be more detailed, but I want to get to the main points here. In general, I have been a person who would support densification largely from a climate change perspective and reducing urban sprawl, reducing city infrastructure costs, etc. I see nothing of these macro benefits to densification, this kind of densification in the administration's approval. The second major area I want to talk about is public engagement, and I want to get to the main points, which are this project, I believe, will just exacerbate existing problems in this area. Public engagement, this area is replete with a lot of people who are fairly itinerant, fairly transient, fairly recently in Canada for that matter. And my personal associations with quite a few people around here suggest that people do not have much interest in opposing a single development like this, and are often reticent to speak out, coming from often less democratic situations. The third and main point really is, I believe this project will just exacerbate existing issues near this building. I've got a number of points here. Noise, cars, motorcycles, trucks, large construction vehicles, bobcats, diggers, on and on and on. This is construction central here. The city police helicopter flying over my head when I'm trying to get to sleep. Sirens, on and on and on. Primary source of high decibels traffic coming through this area is off the intersection of 78th and 108th. I live just up from there. People want to get somewhere in a hurry through 108th Street. They shortcut through here from White Avenue and from 76th Avenue constantly. And so noise is, from the traffic itself, is an issue. I believe this project will increase the traffic, and certainly with the proposed commercial development at the bottom will exacerbate that even further. Traffic and safety. There is a 9-story seniors residence just down the street from me, and I am a senior myself. So many of them are not as able as I am, I believe. I'm concerned about the traffic that will be running through here, and kind of astounded that the city's administrative approval did not consider this, did not mention it anyways. When will a local senior's life be shortened by a speeding vehicle through here? I've seen lots of them. It's out of character. I've seen nothing beyond 4 stories for quite a wide area around here. I won't go into that. Air pollution and idling. A lot of trucks parked across from me. Why should 9 apartments in the unit that I live in have to tolerate this unnecessary noise? There's a bunch of other issues here. Mud left on the streets, cleaned up by the city of Edmonton. Why should we be paying for this? Conclusion. I think that the additional traffic in this area is a main problem with this proposed development. There are many other things I could talk about as well, but I want to leave you with a couple of recommendations rather than approving this, and I'm not confident that it won't be approved. And I will be seeking these. There are many things that need to be done along this 108th Street crosscut corridor here for all kinds of traffic, including all sorts of traffic calming measures, on and on. Speed bumps, I'll be talking to City Council about that in future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Questions, colleagues, to Richard Mary? Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Richard. Questions to administration? Questions to admin? Okay. Okay, we are ready to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Did you want to ask for new information first?
Well, there hasn't been any questions. Okay. Any new information?
That's
Sorry,
fair.
hold on. Any questions to the members of the public in favor, in opposition, or to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation? I got that right, Jesse? All right, cool. Are there any questions? No, there are no questions. Thank you for flagging that. All right, now we are ready to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, please, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Jans to close. That's it. Please vote. Oh, to close. Oh, to close. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think I think this is, when we look at the White Ave plan, when we look at bus rapid transit, when we look at increasing frequency on the number 9 bus, when we look at plethora of reasons, this is about investing where we want to grow. There's a lot of housing stock in the Queen Alex area that is coming to end of life. Having this new site here, I think, would be advantageous and fits into many of our city plan goals. Will offer more housing in an area where people want to live. I have spoke with constituent Mary. Constituent Mary actually did an amazing presentation at Ritchie Community League last year, so about wildfires and how we need to be more alert there, and amazing attention to detail, and thinking about the book Fire Weather and everything else going on. But on this particular site, when we're thinking about preservation of green spaces, I'm mindful of every additional build like this that we can bring back inside the Henday is one that's not outside the Henday or exacerbating urban sprawl and eating up wetlands and green spaces and other causing other negative environmental benefits here. This offers the opportunity for many folks to live closer to where they want to work and play and drive less. I think there's a few other concerns that were raised that aren't necessarily, in my mind, germane to this building, but are current ongoing issues in the area that we need to deal with. Some of the traffic issues, the speeding, the shortcutting. There's a ton of other pieces there that we need to work on, and I had emailed constituent Mary separately and said that we, through Vision Zero Street Labs and other measures, we want to keep working on them. They're big issues for sure, but I don't see them worsened by this replacement construction here. So I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor when, especially when we juxtapose. We spent 20 minutes on this item compared to how many hours on the garage. Again, I'm just still frustrated about the last item, but I would strongly encourage my colleagues to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move. That was second. I'll move consideration.
Yeah, please.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move third and final reading.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Carrying on to 3.18, Charter Bylaw 21157 to amend the Lewis Farm catchment within Bylaw 14380, arterial roads for development. Postponed from June 30th, 2025 City Council meeting. There is no one in favor, no one in opposition. And Councillor Knack, you selected this. Do you need a presentation?
I do not.
You don't need a presentation. And do you have questions to administration?
Yes,
please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So essentially, my main questions on this are going to be around the work that still remains afterwards. I know there's been a lot of moving parts with this between working with Enoch, the province, us, the developer. So this money, this reallocation, this plan would allow us to do portions of the work that we need to do, but not do the complete work. And I just wanted to get a sense, did we sort of scope out how much the entirety of the work would cost? Essentially, the work that we're doing is within the existing budget, but I'm just getting a sense of like what still needs to be done, because I know this isn't a complete solution yet.
So what needs to be done is primarily the widening of 215 Street from Whitemud Drive to Highway 16A.
Yeah.
Costing of it was done, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but the report that came back in October 2023 through Urban Planning Committee on the M&A project, that has some numbers in it. And in essence, what is happening through this bylaw amendment is we are taking care of some pinch points, some short-term improvements that can help the safety and operational concerns. This is done through the ARA bylaw in a manner that the obligation between the developer and the city remains the same as far as the cost is concerned. And in terms of what happens next is the approval of this bylaw will give certainty to the developers to get into the design phase and commence construction of these improvements as early as 2026.
Yeah, and appreciate that. I think the question I'm trying to sort of get a sense of, and I think we need to approve this. What I'm wondering about is how we make sure we don't sort of miss out on capitalizing on an opportunity. So I'm hearing, and I think the report from 2023 showed that ultimately the entirety of Winterburn Road is going to have to be done to address. It was one of the top 3 priorities identified by administration. It might have been the number 1, I believe, at the time. Right?
Part of top 3, it was not 1, 2, 3. It was just 3 areas identified.
We have 3 top priority roads that need to be done. Didn't matter which order. So it is safe to assume that those 3 roads that were identified will likely need to be dealt with by the next council, pending budget conversations. That would be ideally a recommendation we would hear, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm curious about is that there is work happening likely next year if we approve this, but there is going to be a report coming or a recommendation likely coming in December 2026 to the next council saying, hey, you should also finish this. And what I'm trying to get a sense of is the delta difference, and if we should be setting ourselves up so that the next council, not a year and a half from now, but at the end of this year, could talk about essentially piggybacking off work so that you are not seeing a developer pay for a set of upgrades and then the city having to come in afterwards to pay for additional upgrades, which likely have a larger cumulative impact than if it was all being done in 2026. So is there a way for us to entertain that? Is that something that can be done, that the next council at the end of this year could talk about that reality and to not miss out on this opportunity while still sort of getting moving in case they say no?
I understand Ms. Lazurko is online, if she would like to comment on this.
Hi there. This is Natalie from IIS in Transportation Planning. I can jump in and share a bit of information. So I think it's a little bit of a complex question in that the work that is being done by the developer will make a difference right away. They're ready to go. The widening work for 215 Street, however, is a little bit at a different stage than where the developers are at. The widening work for 215 Street was planned quite some time ago, back in 2009, and that plan somewhat stale at this point and requires an update and a lot of design to follow. And so my feeling on this is that it's going to take a bit of time to go through the planning work, the design work for the widening of 215 Street, and that we could get some benefit from the work that the developers are doing in the interim. People will feel the difference right away with that work. In the meantime, should the mobility network assessment work suggest that 215 Street widening is a priority, our first stage would be to do the planning and the design.
Okay.
Out of time, but
you probably have more questions.
Move a second. Oh.
After, okay. Clerk, I have some urgent things to do after break, so I will be virtually joining, and Councillor Wright will chair the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Well, we be back at 6. Until then, we are on the recess.